Welcome to your ultimate sleep aid, the full calming audiobook of Sax Rohmer's classic, The Insidious Dr. Fu Manchu. Prepare to drift into a peaceful slumber as we begin this thrilling, yet soothing tale of mystery and intrigue. Tonight, you're not just listening to a story. You're escaping to a bygone era, where an enigmatic evil genius known only as Fu Manchu unleashes his insidious plots upon unsuspecting London. Can two determined men truly stand against such a cunning force? Our unique narration style is specifically designed to guide you into deep relaxation, ensuring every twist and turn of this classic detective story gently lulls you toward sleep. We've meticulously preserved the rich historical voice of the original text while smoothing every sentence for effortless, dream-inducing listening. You won't find jarring sound effects or sudden shifts here, just pure, uninterrupted literary tranquility. So, settle in, close your eyes, and let the adventure begin. Before you fully succumb to slumber, please consider liking this video, leaving a comment about your favorite classic mystery, and subscribing for more sleep-inducing audiobooks. Sweet dreams. Chapter 1. A gentleman to see you, Doctor. From across the common, a clock sounded the half-hour. 10:30, I said. A late visitor. Show him up, if you please. I pushed my writing aside and tilted the lampshade. Footsteps sounded on the landing. The next moment, I jumped to my feet. A tall, lean man with a square-cut, clean-shaven face, sun-baked to the hue of coffee, entered. He extended both hands with a cry. Good old Petrie. Didn't expect me, I'll swear. It was Nayland Smith, whom I had thought to be in Burma. Smith, I said, gripping his hands hard. This is a delightful surprise. Whatever, however. Excuse me, Petrie. He broke in. Don't put it down to the sun. And he put out the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. I was too surprised to speak. No doubt you will think me mad, he continued. Dimly, I could see him at the window, peering out into the road. But before you are many hours older, you will know that I have good reason to be cautious. Ah, nothing suspicious. Perhaps I am first this time. Stepping back to the writing table, he relit the lamp. Mysterious enough for you, he laughed, glancing at my unfinished manuscript. A story, eh? From which I gather that the district is beastly healthy. What, Petrie? Well, I can put some material in your way. If sheer, uncanny mystery is a marketable commodity, it ought to make you independent of influenza, broken legs, shattered nerves, and all the rest. I surveyed him doubtfully. Yet, there was nothing in his appearance to justify supposing him to suffer from delusions. His eyes were certainly too bright, and a hardness had now crept over his face. I got out the whiskey and siphon, saying, You have taken your leave early? I am not on leave, he replied, slowly filling his pipe. I am on duty. On duty, I exclaimed. What, have you moved to London or something? I have a roving commission, Petrie. It doesn't rest with me where I am today, nor where I shall be tomorrow. There was something ominous in his words. Putting down my glass, its contents untasted, I faced him and looked him squarely in the eyes. Out with it, I said. What is it all about? Smith suddenly stood up and stripped off his coat. Rolling back his left shirt sleeve, he revealed a wicked-looking wound in the fleshy part of his forearm. It was quite healed, but curiously striated for an inch or so around. Ever seen one like it? He asked. Not exactly, I confessed. It appears to have been deeply cauterized. Right. Very deeply, he rapped. A barb steeped in the venom of a hamadryad went in there. A shudder I could not repress ran coldly through me at the mention of that most deadly of all the reptiles of the East. There's only one treatment, he continued, rolling his sleeve down again. And that's with a sharp knife, a match, and a broken cartridge. I lay on my back, raving, for 3 days afterwards in a forest that stank with malaria. But I should have been lying there now if I had hesitated. Here's the point. It was not an accident. What do you mean? I mean that it was a deliberate attempt on my life. I am hard upon the tracks of the man who extracted that venom, patiently, drop by drop, from the poison glands of the snake, who prepared that arrow, and who caused it to be shot at me. What fiend is this? A fiend who, unless my calculations are at fault, is now in London, and who regularly wars with pleasant weapons of that kind. Petrie, I have traveled from Burma not merely in the interests of the British government, but in the interests of the entire white race. I honestly believe, though I pray I may be wrong, that its survival depends largely upon the success of my mission. To say that I was perplexed conveys no idea of the mental chaos created by these extraordinary statements. Into my humdrum suburban life, Nayland Smith had brought fantasy of the wildest kind. I did not know what to think, what to believe. I am wasting precious time, he rapped decisively. Draining his glass, he stood up. I came straight to you because you are the only man I dare to trust. Except for the big chief at headquarters, you are the only person in England, I hope, who knows that Nayland Smith has left Burma. I must have someone with me, Petrie, all the time. It's imperative. Can you put me up here and spare a few days for the strangest business, I promise you, that ever was recorded in fact or fiction? I agreed readily enough, for, unfortunately, my professional duties were not onerous. Good man, he cried, wringing my hand in his impetuous way. We start now. What, tonight? Tonight? I had thought of turning in, I must admit. I have not dared to sleep for 48 hours, except in 15-minute stretches. But there is one move that must be made tonight and immediately. I must warn Sir Crichton Davey. Sir Crichton Davey of the India. Petrie, he is a doomed man. Unless he follows my instructions without question, without hesitation, before heaven nothing can save him. I do not know when the blow will fall, how it will fall, nor from whence, but I know that my first duty is to warn him. Let us walk down to the corner of the common and get a taxi. How strangely does the adventurous intrude upon the humdrum! For when it intrudes at all, more often than not its intrusion is sudden and unlooked for. Today we may seek romance and fail to find it. Unsought, it lies in wait for us at most prosaic corners of life's highway. The drive that night, though it divided the drayably commonplace from the wildly bizarre, though it was the bridge between the ordinary and the outer, has left no impression upon my mind. Into the heart of a weird mystery, the cab bore me. In reviewing my memories of those days, I wonder if the busy thoroughfares through which we passed did not display before my eyes signs and portents, warnings. It was not so. I recall nothing of the route and little of import that passed between us. We both were strangely silent, I think, until we had come to our journey's end. Then, "What's this?" muttered my friend hoarsely. Constables were moving a little crowd of curious idlers who pressed about the steps of Sir Crichton Davey's house and sought to peer in at the open door. Without waiting for the cab to draw up to the curb, Nayland Smith recklessly leaped out, and I followed close at his heels. "What has happened?" he demanded breathlessly of a constable. The latter glanced at him doubtfully, but something in his voice and bearing commanded respect. "Sir Crichton Davey has been killed, sir." Smith lurched back as though he had received a physical blow, and clutched my shoulder convulsively. Beneath his heavy tan, his face had blanched, and his eyes were set in a stare of horror. "My God!" he whispered. "I am too late." With clenched fists, he turned and, pressing through the group of loungers, bounded up the steps. In the hall, a man who unmistakably was a Scotland Yard official stood talking to a footman. Other members of the household were moving about, more or less aimlessly. The chilly hand of King Fear had touched one and all, for, as they came and went, they glanced ever over their shoulders, as if each shadow cloaked a menace, and listened, as it seemed, for some sound which they dreaded to hear. Smith strode up to the detective and showed him a card. Upon glancing at it, the Scotland Yard man said something in a low voice, and nodding, touched his hat to Smith in a respectful manner. A few brief questions and answers, and in gloomy silence, we followed the detective up the heavily carpeted stair, along a corridor lined with pictures and busts, and into a large library. A group of people were in this room, and one, whom I recognized as Chalmers Cleeve of Harley Street, was bending over a motionless form stretched upon a couch. Another door communicated with a small study, and through the opening, I could see a man on all fours examining the carpet. The uncomfortable sense of hush, the group about the physician, the bizarre figure crawling beetle-like across the inner room, and the grim hub around which all this ominous activity turned, made up a scene that etched itself indelibly on my mind. As we entered, Dr. Cleeve straightened himself, frowning thoughtfully. "Frankly, I do not care to venture any opinion at present regarding the immediate cause of death," he said. "Sir Crichton was addicted to cocaine, but there are indications which are not in accordance with cocaine poisoning. I fear that only a post-mortem can establish the facts, if," he added, "we ever arrive at them. A most mysterious case." Smith stepped forward and engaged the famous pathologist in conversation. I seized the opportunity to examine Sir Crichton's body. The dead man was in evening dress, but wore an old smoking jacket. He had been of spare but hardy build, with thin, aquiline features, which now were oddly puffy, as were his clenched hands. I pushed back his sleeve and saw the marks of a hypodermic syringe upon his left arm. Quite mechanically, I turned my attention to the right arm. It was unscarred, but on the back of the hand was a faint red mark, not unlike the imprint of painted lips. I examined it closely, and even tried to rub it off, but it evidently was caused by some morbid process of local inflammation, if it were not a birthmark. Turning to a pale young man, whom I had understood to be Sir Crichton's private secretary, I drew his attention to this mark, and inquired if it were constitutional. "It is not, sir," answered Dr. Cleeve, overhearing my question. "I have already made that inquiry. Does it suggest anything to your mind?" I must confess that it affords me no assistance. "Nothing," I replied. "It is most curious." "Excuse me, Mr. Burboyne," said Smith, now turning to the secretary, "but Inspector Weymouth will tell you that I act with authority. I understand that Sir Crichton was seized with illness in his study." "Yes, at 10:30. I was working here in the library, and he was inside, as was our custom." "The communicating door was kept closed?" "Yes, always. It was open for a minute or less about 10:25, when a message came for Sir Crichton. I took it to him, and he seemed to be in his usual health." "What was the message?" "I could not say. It was brought by a district messenger, and he placed it beside him on the table. It is there now, no doubt." "And at 10:30? Sir Crichton suddenly burst open the door and threw himself, with a scream, into the library. I ran to him, but he waved me back. His eyes were glaring horribly. I had just reached his side when he fell, writhing, upon the floor. He seemed to be speaking in the past, but as I raised him and laid him upon the couch, he gasped something that sounded like the red hand. Before I could get to the bell or telephone, he was dead." Mr. Burboyne's voice shook as he spoke the words, and Smith seemed to find this evidence confusing. "You do not think he referred to the mark on his own hand?" "I think not. From the direction of his last glance, I feel sure he referred to something in the study." "What did you do?" "Having summoned the servants, I ran into the study. But there was absolutely nothing unusual to be seen. The windows were closed and fastened. He worked with closed windows in the hottest weather. There is no other door, for the study occupies the end of a narrow wing, so that no one could possibly have gained access to it whilst I was in the library, unseen by me. Had someone concealed himself in the study earlier in the evening, and I am convinced that it offers no hiding place, he could only have come out again by passing through here. Nayland Smith tugged at the lobe of his left ear, as was his habit when meditating. You had been at work here in this way for some time? Yes. Sir Crichton was preparing an important book. Had anything unusual occurred prior to this evening? Yes, said Mr. Burboyne with evident perplexity, though I attached no importance to it at the time. 3 nights ago Sir Crichton came out to me and appeared very nervous, but at times his nerves, you know? Well, on this occasion he asked me to search for a study. He had an idea that something was concealed there. Something or someone. Something was the word he used. I searched, but fruitlessly, and he seemed quite satisfied and returned to his work. Thank you, Mr. Burboyne. My friend and I would like a few minutes' private investigation in the study. Chapter 2. Sir Crichton Davy's study was small, and a glance sufficed to show that, as the secretary had said, it offered no hiding place. It was heavily carpeted and overfull of Burmese and Chinese ornaments and curios. Upon the mantelpiece stood several framed photographs which showed this to be the sanctum of a wealthy bachelor who was no misogynist. A map of the Indian Empire occupied the larger part of one wall. The grate was empty, for the weather was extremely warm, and a green-shaded lamp on the littered writing table afforded the only light. The air was stale, for both windows were closed and fastened. Smith immediately pounced upon a large, square envelope that lay beside the blotting pad. Sir Crichton had not even bothered to open it, but my friend did so. It contained a blank sheet of paper. "Smell," he directed, handing the letter to me. I raised it to my nostrils. It was scented with some pungent perfume. "What is it?" I asked. "It is a rather rare essential oil," was the reply, "which I have met with before, though never in Europe. I begin to understand Petrie." He tilted the lampshade and made a close examination of the scraps of paper, matches, and other debris that lay in the grate and on the hearth. I took up a copper vase from the mantelpiece and was examining it curiously when he turned, a strange expression upon his face. "Put that back, old man," he said quietly. Much surprised, I did as he directed. "Don't touch anything in the room. It may be dangerous." Something in the tone of his voice chilled me, and I hastily replaced the vase and stood by the door of the study, watching him search methodically every inch of the room, behind the books, in all the ornaments, in table drawers, in cupboards, on shelves. "That will do," he said at last. "There is nothing here, and I have no time to search farther." We returned to the library. "Inspector Weymouth," said my friend, "I have a particular reason for asking that Sir Crichton's body be removed from this room at once and the library locked. Let no one be admitted on any pretense whatsoever until you hear from me." It spoke volumes for the mysterious credentials borne by my friend that the man from Scotland Yard accepted his orders without demur, and after a brief chat with Mr. Burboyne, Smith passed briskly downstairs. In the hall, a man who looked like a groom out of livery was waiting. "Are you Wills?" asked Smith. "Yes, sir." "It was you who heard a cry of some kind at the rear of the house about the time of Sir Crichton's death?" "Yes, sir. I was locking the garage door, and when I happened to look up at the window of Sir Crichton's study, I saw him jump out of his chair. Where he used to sit at his writing, sir, you could see his shadow on the blind. Next minute I heard a call out in the lane." "What kind of call?" The man, whom the uncanny happening clearly had frightened, seemed puzzled for a suitable description. "A sort of wail, sir," he said at last. "I never heard anything like it before, and don't want to again." "Like this?" inquired Smith, and he uttered a low wailing cry, impossible to describe. Wills perceptibly shuddered. And indeed, it was an eerie sound. "The same, sir, I think," he said, "but much louder." "That will do," said Smith, and I thought I detected a note of triumph in his voice. "But stay. Take us through to the back of the house." The man bowed and led the way, so that shortly we found ourselves in a small paved courtyard. It was a perfect summer's night, and the deep blue vault above was jeweled with myriads of starry points. How impossible it seemed to reconcile that vast, eternal calm with the hideous passions and fiendish agencies which that night had lost a soul upon the infinite. "Up yonder are the study windows, sir. Over that wall on your left is the back lane from which the cry came, and beyond is Regent's Park." "Are the study windows visible from there?" "Oh, yes, sir." "Who occupies the adjoining house?" "Major General Platt Houston, sir, but the family is out of town." "Those iron stairs are a means of communication between the domestic offices and the servants' quarters, I take it?" "Yes, sir." "Then send someone to make my business known to the Major General's housekeeper. I want to examine those stairs." Singularly though my friend's proceedings appeared to me, I had ceased to wonder at anything. Since Nayland Smith's arrival at my rooms, I seemed to have been moving through the fitful phases of a nightmare. My friend's account of how he came by the wound in his arm, the scene on our arrival at the house of Sir Crichton Davy, the secretary's story of the dying man's cry, the red hand, the hidden perils of the study, the wail in the lane, all were fitter incidents of delirium than of sane reality. So, when a white-faced butler made us known to a nervous old lady who proved to be the housekeeper of the next-door residence, I was not surprised at Smith saying, "Lounge up and down outside, Petrie. Everyone has cleared off now. It is getting late. Keep your eyes open and be on your guard." I thought I had the start, but he is here before me, and, what is worse, he probably knows by now that I am here, too. With which he entered the house and left me out in the square, with leisure to think, to try to understand. The crowd which usually haunts the scene of a sensational crime had been cleared away, and it had been circulated that Sir Crichton had died from natural causes. The intense heat having driven most of the residents out of town, practically I had the square to myself, and I gave myself up to a brief consideration of the mystery in which I so suddenly had found myself involved. By what agency had Sir Crichton met his death? Did Nayland Smith know? I rather suspected that he did. What was the hidden significance of the perfumed envelope? Who was that mysterious personage whom Smith so evidently dreaded, who had attempted his life, who, presumably, had murdered Sir Crichton? Sir Crichton Davy, during the time that he had held office in India, and during his long term of service at home, had earned the goodwill of all, British and native alike. Who was his secret enemy? Something touched me lightly on the shoulder. I turned, with my heart fluttering like a child's. This night's work had imposed a severe strain even upon my callous nerves. A girl wrapped in a hooded opera cloak stood at my elbow, and as she glanced up at me, I thought that I had never seen a face so seductively lovely, nor of so unusual a type. With the skin of a perfect blonde, she had eyes and lashes as black as a Creole's, which, together with her full red lips, told me that this beautiful stranger, whose touch had so startled me, was not a child of our northern shores. I looked into her big, questioning eyes, a harsh suspicion laboring in my mind, but could read nothing in their mysterious depths. Only I wondered anew at my questioner's beauty. The grotesque idea momentarily possessed me that, were the bloom of her red lips due to art and not to nature, their kiss would leave, though not indelibly, just such a mark as I had seen upon the dead man's hand. But I dismissed the fantastic notion as bred of the night's horrors, and worthy only of a medieval legend. No doubt she was some friend or acquaintance of Sir Crichton who lived close by. "I cannot say that he has been murdered," I replied, acting upon the latter supposition, and seeking to tell her what she asked as gently as possible. "But he is dead?" I nodded. She closed her eyes and uttered a low moaning sound, swaying dizzily. Thinking she was about to swoon, I threw my arm round her shoulder to support her, but she smiled sadly and pushed me gently away. "I am quite well, thank you," she said. "You are certain? Let me walk with you until you feel quite sure of yourself." She shook her head, flashed a rapid glance at me with her beautiful eyes, and looked away in a sort of sorrowful embarrassment, for which I was entirely at a loss to account. Suddenly she resumed, "I cannot let my name be mentioned in this dreadful matter, but I think I have some information for the police. Will you give this to whomever you think is proper?" She handed me a sealed envelope, again met my eyes with one of her dazzling glances, and hurried away. She had gone no more than 10 or 12 yards, and I still was standing bewildered, watching her graceful retreating figure, when she turned abruptly and came back. Without looking directly at me, but alternately glancing towards a distant corner of the square and towards the house of Major General Platt Houston, she made the following extraordinary request. "If you would do me a very great service, for which I always would be grateful," she glanced at me with passionate intent, "when you have given my message to the proper person, leave him and do not go near him any more tonight." Before I could find words to reply, she gathered up her cloak and ran. Before I could determine whether or not to follow her, for her words had aroused all my worst suspicions, she had disappeared. I heard the whir of a restarted motor at no great distance, and in the instant that Nayland Smith came running down the steps, I knew that I had nodded at my post. "Smith," I cried as he joined me, "tell me what we must do." And rapidly I acquainted him with the incident. My friend looked very grave. Then a grim smile crept round his lips. "She was a big card to play," he said, "but he did not know that I held one to beat it." "What? You know this girl? Who is she?" "She is one of the finest weapons in the enemy's armory, Petrie. But a woman is a two-edged sword, and treacherous. To our great good fortune, she has formed a sudden predilection, characteristically Oriental, for yourself. Oh, you may scoff, but it is evident. She was employed to get this letter placed in my hands. Give it to me." I did so. "She has succeeded. Smell." He held the envelope under my nose, and with a sudden sense of nausea, I recognized the strange perfume. "You know what this presaged in Sir Crichton's case? Can you doubt any longer? She did not want you to share my fate, Petrie." "Smith," I said unsteadily, "I have followed your lead blindly in this horrible business and have not pressed for an explanation, but I must insist before I go one step farther upon knowing what it all means." "Just a few steps farther," he rejoined. "As far as a cab. We are hardly safe here. Oh, you need not fear shots or knives. The man whose servants are watching us now scornfully employ such clumsy, telltale weapons." Only 3 cabs were on the rank, and as we entered the first, something hissed past my ear, missed both Smith and me by a miracle, and passing over the roof of the taxi, presumably fell in the enclosed garden occupying the center of the square. "What was that?" I cried. "Get in, quickly." Smith rapped back. "It was attempt number 1. More than that I cannot say. Don't let the man hear. He has noticed nothing. Pull up the window on your side, Petrie, and look out behind. Good. We've started." The cab moved off with a metallic jerk, and I turned and looked back through the little window in the rear. Someone has got into another cab. It is following ours, I think. Nayland Smith lay back and laughed unmirthfully. "Petrie," he said, "if I escape alive from this business, I shall know that I bear a charmed life." I made no reply, as he pulled out the dilapidated pouch and filled his pipe. "You have asked me to explain matters," he continued, "and I will do so to the best of my ability. You no doubt wonder why a servant of the British government, lately stationed in Burma, suddenly appears in London, in the character of a detective. I am here, Petrie, and I bear credentials from the very highest sources. because, quite by accident, I came upon a clue. Following it up, in the ordinary course of routine, I obtained evidence of the existence and malignant activity of a certain man. At the present stage of the case, I should not be justified in terming him the emissary of an Eastern power, but I may say that representations are shortly to be made to that power's ambassador in London. He paused and glanced back towards the pursuing cab. "There is little to fear until we arrive home," he said calmly. "Afterwards there is much." To continue, this man, whether a fanatic or a duly appointed agent, is unquestionably the most malign and formidable personality existing in the known world today. He is a linguist who speaks with almost equal facility in any of the civilized languages, and in most of the barbaric. He is adept in all the arts and sciences which a great university could teach him. He also is an adept in certain obscure arts and sciences which no university of today can teach. He has the brains of any 3 men of genius. Petrie, he is a mental giant. "You amaze me," I said. "As to his mission among men, why did Jules Furneaux fall dead in a Paris opera house? Because of heart failure? No. Because his last speech had shown that he held the key to the secret of Tonking. What became of the Grand Duke Stanislaus? Elopement? Suicide? Nothing of the kind. He alone was fully alive to Russia's growing peril. He alone knew the truth about Mongolia. Why was Sir Crichton Davey murdered? Because, had the work he was engaged upon ever seen the light, it would have shown him to be the only living Englishman who understood the importance of the Tibetan frontiers. I say to you solemnly, Petrie, that these are but a few. Is there a man who would arouse the West to a sense of the awakening of the East, who would teach the deaf to hear, the blind to see, that the millions only await their leader? He will die. And this is only one phase of the devilish campaign. The others I can merely surmise. But, Smith, this is almost incredible. What perverted genius controls this awful secret movement? Imagine a person, tall, lean, and feline, high-shouldered, with a brow like Shakespeare and a face like Satan, a close-shaven skull, and long magnetic eyes of the true cat-green. Invest him with all the cruel cunning of an entire Eastern race, accumulated in one giant intellect, with all the resources of science past and present, with all the resources, if you will, of a wealthy government, which, however, already has denied all knowledge of his existence. Imagine that awful being, and you have a mental picture of Dr. Fu Manchu, the yellow peril incarnate in one man. Chapter 3. I sank into an armchair in my room and gulped down a strong peg of brandy. "We have been followed here," I said. "Why did you make no attempt to throw the pursuers off the track, to have them intercepted?" Smith laughed. "Useless, in the first place. Wherever we went, he would find us. And of what use to arrest his creatures? We could prove nothing against them. Further, it is evident that an attempt is to be made upon my life tonight, and by the same means that proved so successful in the case of poor Sir Crichton." His square jaw grew truculently prominent, and he leapt stormily to his feet, shaking his clenched fists towards the window. "The villain!" he cried. "The fiendishly clever villain! I suspected that Sir Crichton was next, and I was right. But I came too late, Petrie. That hits me hard, old man. To think that I knew and yet failed to save him." He resumed his seat, smoking hard. "Fu Manchu has made the blunder common to all men of unusual genius," he said. "He has underrated his adversary. He has not given me credit for perceiving the meaning of the scented messages. He has thrown away one powerful weapon to get such a message into my hands, and he thinks that once safe within doors, I shall sleep unsuspecting and die as Sir Crichton died. But without the indiscretion of your charming friend, I should have known what to expect when I received her information, which, by the way, consists of a blank sheet of paper." "Smith," I broke in, "who is she?" She is either Fu Manchu's daughter, his wife, or his slave. I am inclined to believe the latter, for she has no will but his will except, with a quizzical glance, in a certain instance. How can you jest with some awful thing? Heaven knows what, hanging over your head. What is the meaning of these perfumed envelopes? How did Sir Crichton die? He died of the Zayat kiss. Ask me what that is, and I reply, I do not know. The Zayats are the Burmese caravanserais, or rest houses. Along a certain route, upon which I set eyes, for the first and only time, upon Dr. Fu Manchu, travelers who use them sometimes die as Sir Crichton died, with nothing to show the cause of death but a little mark upon the neck, face, or limb, which has earned, in those parts, the title of the Zayat kiss. The rest houses along that route are shunned now. I have my theory, and I hope to prove it tonight if I live. It will be one more broken weapon in his fiendish armory, and it is thus, and thus only, that I can hope to crush him. This was my principal reason for not enlightening Dr. Cleeve. Even walls have ears where Fu Manchu is concerned, so I feigned ignorance of the meaning of the mark, knowing that he would be almost certain to employ the same methods upon some other victim. I wanted an opportunity to study the Zayat kiss in operation, and I shall have one. But the scented envelopes? In the swampy forests of the district I have referred to, a rare species of orchid, almost green, and with a peculiar scent, is sometimes met with. I recognized the heavy perfume at once. I take it that the thing which kills the traveler is attracted by this orchid. You will notice that the perfume clings to whatever it touches. I doubt if it can be washed off in the ordinary way. After at least one unsuccessful attempt to kill Sir Crichton, you recall that he thought there was something concealed in his study on a previous occasion. Fu Manchu hit upon the perfumed envelopes. He may have a supply of these green orchids in his possession, possibly to feed the creature. What creature? How could any kind of creature have gotten into Sir Crichton's room tonight? You no doubt observed that I examined the grate of the study. I found a fair quantity of fallen soot. I at once assumed, since it appeared to be the only means of entrance, that something has been dropped down, and I took it for granted that the thing, whatever it was, must still be concealed either in the study or in the library. But when I had obtained the evidence of the groom, Wills, I perceived that the cry from the lane or from the park was a signal. I noted that the movements of anyone seated at the study table were visible, in shadow, on the blind, and that the study occupied the corner of a two-storied wing and therefore had a short chimney. What did the signal mean? That Sir Crichton had leaped up from his chair, and either had received the Zayat kiss or had seen the thing which someone on the roof had lowered down the straight chimney. It was the signal to withdraw that deadly thing. By means of the iron stairway at the rear of Major General Platt Houston's, I quite easily gained access to the roof above Sir Crichton's study, and I found this. Out from his pocket, Nayland Smith drew a tangled piece of silk, mixed up with which were a brass ring and a number of unusually large-sized split shots, nipped in the manner usual on a fishing line. My theory has been proven, he resumed. Not anticipating a search on the roof, they had been careless. This was to weigh the line and to prevent the creature clinging to the walls of the chimney. Directly it had dropped in the grate, however, by means of this ring I assumed that the weighted line was withdrawn, and the thing was only held by one slender thread, which sufficed, though, to draw it back again when it had done its work. It might have got tangled, of course, but they reckoned on its making straight up the carved leg of the writing table for the prepared envelope. From there to the hand of Sir Crichton, which, from having touched the envelope, would also be scented with the perfume, was a certain move. My God! How horrible! I exclaimed, and glanced apprehensively into the dusky shadows of the room. What is your theory respecting this creature? What shape, what color? It is something that moves rapidly and silently. I will venture no more at present, but I think it works in the dark. The study was dark, remember, save for the bright patch beneath the reading lamp. I have observed that the rear of this house is ivy-covered right up to and above your bedroom. Let us make ostentatious preparations to retire, and I think we may rely upon Fu Manchu's servants to attempt my removal, at any rate, if not yours. But, my dear fellow, it is a climb of 35 feet at the very least. You remember the cry in the back lane? It suggested something to me, and I tested my idea, successfully. It was the cry of a dacoit. Oh, dacoity, though quiescent, is by no means extinct. Fu Manchu has dacoits in his train, and probably it is one who operates the Zayat-kiss, since it was a dacoit who watched the window of the study this evening. To such a man, an ivy-covered wall is a grand staircase. The horrible events that followed are punctuated, in my mind, by the striking of a distant clock. It is singular how trivialities thus assert themselves in moments of high tension. I will proceed, then, by these punctuations, to the coming of the horror that it was written we should encounter. The clock across the common struck 2. Having removed all traces of the scent of the orchid from our hands with a solution of ammonia, Smith and I had followed the program laid down. It was an easy matter to reach the rear of the house, by simply climbing a fence, and we did not doubt that seeing the light go out in the front, our unseen watcher would proceed to the back. The room was a large one, and we had made up my camp bed at one end, stuffing odds and ends under the clothes to lend the appearance of a sleeper, which device we also had adopted in the case of the larger bed. The perfumed envelope lay upon a little coffee table in the center of the floor, and Smith, with an electric pocket lamp, a revolver, and a brassey beside him, sat on cushions in the shadow of the wardrobe. I occupied a post between the windows. No unusual sound, so far, had disturbed the stillness of the night. Save for the muffled throb of the rare all-night cars passing the front of the house, our vigil had been a silent one. The full moon had painted about the floor weird shadows of the clustering ivy, spreading the design gradually from the door, across the room, past the little table where the envelope lay, and finally to the foot of the bed. The distant clock struck 2:15. A slight breeze stirred the ivy, and a new shadow added itself to the extreme edge of the moon's design. Something rose, inch by inch, above the sill of the westerly window. I could see only its shadow, but a sharp, sibilant breath from Smith told me that he, from his post, could see the cause of the shadow. Every nerve in my body seemed to be strung tensely. I was icy cold, expectant, and prepared for whatever horror was upon us. The shadow became stationary. The dacoit was studying the interior of the room. Then it suddenly lengthened, and craning my head to the left, I saw a lithe, black-clad form, surmounted by a yellow face, sketchy in the moonlight, pressed against the window panes. One thin, brown hand appeared over the edge of the lowered sash, which it grasped, and then another. The man made absolutely no sound whatsoever. The second hand disappeared, and reappeared. It held a small, square box. There was a very faint click. The dacoit swung himself below the window with the agility of an ape, as, with a dull, muffled thud, something dropped upon the carpet. "Stand still, for your life," came Smith's voice, high-pitched. A beam of white leaped out across the room and played full upon the coffee table in the center. Prepared as I was for something horrible, I know that I paled at the sight of the thing that was running round the edge of the envelope. It was an insect, a full 6 inches long, and of a vivid, venomous red color. It had something of the appearance of a great ant, with its long, quivering antennae and its febrile, horrible vitality. But it was proportionately longer of body and smaller of head, and had numberless rapidly moving legs. In short, it was a giant centipede, apparently of the Scolopendra group, but of a form quite new to me. These things I realized in one breathless instant. In the next, Smith had dashed the thing's poisonous life out with one straight, true blow of the golf club. I leaped to the window and threw it widely open, feeling a silk thread brush my hand as I did so. A black shape was dropping, with incredible agility, from branch to branch of the ivy, and without once offering a mark for a revolver shot, it merged into the shadows beneath the trees of the garden. As I turned and switched on the light, Nayland Smith dropped limply into a chair, leaning his head upon his hands. Even that grim courage had been tried sorely. "Never mind the dacoit, Petrie," he said. "Nemesis will know where to find him. We know now what causes the mark of the Zayat kiss. Therefore, science is richer for our first brush with the enemy, and the enemy is poorer, unless he has any more unclassified centipedes. I understand now something that has been puzzling me since I heard of it." Sir Crichton's stifled cry. "When we remember that he was almost past speech, it is reasonable to suppose that his cry was not the red hand, but the red ant. Petrie, to think that I failed, by less than an hour, to save him from such an end." Chapter 4. The body of a sailor, dressed as was common on P&O boats, was recovered from the Thames near Tilbury by river police at 6 this morning. It's believed the man had an accident while leaving his ship. Nayland Smith handed me the evening paper and pointed to that paragraph. "For sailor, read bandit," he said. Our visitor, who came by way of the Ivy, fortunately for us, failed to follow his instructions. He also lost the centipede and left a clue behind. Dr. Fu Manchu doesn't overlook such lapses. It offered insight into the character of the terrible being we faced. My very soul recoiled from even considering the fate that would be ours if we ever fell into his hands. The telephone rang. I answered and found it was Inspector Weymouth of New Scotland Yard. "Will Mr. Nayland Smith please come to the Wapping River Police Station at once?" was the message. Peaceful interludes were rare during that relentless pursuit. "It's certainly something important," my friend said, "and if Fu Manchu is behind it, as we must assume he is, it's probably something ghastly." A quick check of the train schedules showed no immediate service, so we chartered a cab and headed east. Throughout the journey, Smith spoke engagingly about his work in Burma. I believe he intentionally avoided any mention of the circumstances that first brought him into contact with the sinister genius of the Yellow Movement. His talk focused more on the sunshine of the East than its shadows. But the drive concluded all too soon. In a silence neither of us seemed inclined to break, we entered the police station and followed an officer who led us into the room where Weymouth waited. The inspector greeted us briefly, nodding toward the table. "Poor Cadby, the most promising lad at the yard," he said, his usually gruff voice strangely softened. Smith slammed his right fist into the palm of his left hand and swore under his breath, pacing the neat little room. No one spoke for a moment, and in the silence I could hear the whispering of the Thames outside. The Thames, which held so many strange secrets and was now burdened with another. The body lay face down on the wooden table, the latest of the river's dead. He was dressed in rough sailor's clothes and, to all outward appearances, was a seaman of no specific nationality, a common sight in Wapping and Shadwell. His dark, curly hair clung damply to his brown forehead. His skin was stained, they told me. He wore a gold ring in one ear, and 3 fingers of his left hand were missing. It was almost the same with Mason, the river police inspector was saying. A week ago, on a Wednesday, he went off on his own time for some strange business down St. George's Way. Thursday night, the 10 o'clock boat caught him with a grappling hook off Hanover Hole. His first 2 fingers on the right hand were completely gone, and his left hand was horribly mutilated. He paused and glanced at Smith. "That sailor, too," he continued. "The one you came down to see, sir. You remember his hands?" Smith nodded. "He was not a sailor," he said curtly. "He was a bandit." Silence fell again. I turned to the objects on the table, those found in Cadby's clothing. None were remarkable, except for one thrust into the loose neck of his shirt. This last item was why the police had sent for Nayland Smith, as it was the first clue pointing to the perpetrators of these mysterious tragedies. It was a Chinese pigtail. That alone was remarkable, but it was made even more so by the fact that the braided queue was false, attached to a most ingenious bald wig. Are you sure it wasn't part of a Chinese make-up? Weymouth questioned his eye on the strange relic. Cadby was clever at disguise. Smith snatched the wig from my hands with some irritation and tried to fit it on the dead detective. Too small by inches, he snapped. And look how it's padded in the crown. This thing was made for a most abnormal head. He threw it down and began pacing the room again. Where exactly did you find him? He asked. Limehouse Reach, under Commercial Dock Pier, exactly an hour ago. And you last saw him at 8 o'clock last night? He asked Weymouth. Between 8 and a quarter past. Do you think he's been dead nearly 24 hours, Petrie? Roughly 24 hours, I replied. Then we know he was on the trail of the Fu Manchu group. He followed a clue that led him to the area of Old Ratcliffe Highway, and he died the same night. Are you sure that's where he was going? Yes, Weymouth said. He was reluctant to reveal anything, poor chap. It meant a big promotion for him if he solved the case. But he made me understand that he expected to spend last night in that district. He left the yard around 8, as I've said, to go to his rooms and get ready for the job. Did he keep any record of his cases? Of course. He was very particular. Cadby was an ambitious man, sir. You'll want to see his book. Wait while I get his address. It's somewhere in Brixton. He went to the telephone, and Inspector Ryman covered the dead man's face. Nayland Smith was visibly excited. He almost succeeded where we have failed, Petrie, he said. There's no doubt in my mind that he was hot on Fu Manchu's trail. Poor Mason had probably stumbled onto the scent too, and he met a similar fate. Without other evidence, the fact that they both died in the same way as the bandit would be conclusive, for we know that Fu Manchu killed the bandit. What's the meaning of the mutilated hands, Smith? God knows. Cadby's death was from drowning, you say? There are no other marks of violence. But he was a very strong swimmer, Doctor, Inspector Ryman interrupted. Why, he won the quarter-mile championship at the Crystal Palace last year. Cadby wasn't a man easy to drown. And as for Mason, he was a Royal Naval Reservist, and like a fish in the water. Smith shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Let us hope that one day we shall know how they died, he said simply. Weymouth returned from the telephone. The address is No Cold Harbor Lane, he reported. I won't be able to come along, but you can't miss it. It's close to the Brixton police station. There's no family, fortunately. He was quite alone in the world. His casebook isn't in the American desk, which you'll find in his sitting room. It's in the cupboard in the corner, top shelf. Here are his keys, all intact. I think this is the cupboard key. Smith nodded. Come on, Petrie, he said. We haven't a second to waste. Our cab was waiting, and in a few seconds, we were speeding along Wapping High Street. We had gone no more than a few hundred yards, I think, when Smith suddenly slapped his open hand down on his knee. That pigtail, he cried. I've left it behind. We must have it, Petrie. Stop. Stop. The cab pulled over, and Smith alighted. Don't wait for me, he instructed hurriedly. Here, take Weymouth's card. Remember where he said the book was? It's all we want. Come straight to Scotland Yard and meet me there. But Smith, I protested. A few minutes can make no difference. Can't it? He snapped. Do you suppose Fu Manchu is going to leave evidence like that lying around? It's 1,000 to 1 he has it already, but there's just a bare chance. It was a new aspect of the situation, allowing no room for comment. I became so lost in thought that the cab was outside the house I was headed for before I realized we had left the outskirts of Wapping. Yet I had had time to review the entire sequence of events that had crowded my life since Nayland Smith's return from Burma. Mentally, I had looked again upon the dead Sir Crichton Davy and, with Smith, had waited in the dark for the dreadful thing that had killed him. Now, with those relentless memories jostling in my mind, I was entering the house of Fu Manchu's last victim, and the shadow of that colossal evil seemed to hang over it like a tangible cloud. Cadby's elderly landlady greeted me with a strange mix of fear and embarrassment. "I am Dr. Petrie," I said, "and I regret that I brought bad news concerning Mr. Cadby." "Oh, sir," she cried, "don't tell me that anything has happened to him." And, understanding something of my mission, for such a sad duty often falls to medical men, she added, "Oh, the poor, brave lad." Indeed, I respected the dead man's memory more than ever from that hour, as the worthy old soul's sorrow was quite pathetic and spoke eloquently for its unhappy cause. "There was a terrible wailing at the back of the house last night, doctor, and I heard it again tonight, a second before you knocked. Poor lad. It was the same when his mother died." At the moment, I paid little attention to her words, for such beliefs are common, unfortunately. But when she was composed enough, I explained what I thought necessary. And now the old lady's embarrassment took precedence over her sorrow, and presently the truth came out. "There's a young lady in his room, sir." I was startled. This could mean little, or it could mean a great deal. "She came and waited for him last night, doctor, from 10 until past, and again this morning. She came a third time about an hour ago and has been upstairs since." "Do you know her, Mrs. Dolan?" Mrs. Dolan grew embarrassed again. "Well, doctor," she said, wiping her eyes as she spoke, "I do. And God knows he was a good lad, and I was like a mother to him. But she is not the girl I would have liked a son of mine to associate with. At any other time, this would have been amusing. Now, it could be serious." Mrs. Dolan's account of the wailing suddenly became significant, for perhaps it meant that one of Fu Manchu's bandit followers was watching the house to warn of any stranger's approach. Warning to whom? It was unlikely that I would forget the dark eyes of another of Fu Manchu's servants. Was that temptress of men even now in the house, completing her evil work? I should never have allowed her in his rooms. Mrs. Dolan began again. Then there was an interruption. A soft rustling reached my ears, intimately feminine. The girl was stealing downstairs. I leaped out into the hall, and she turned and fled blindly before me. Back up the stairs. Taking 3 steps at a time, I followed her, bounded into the room above almost at her heels, and stood with my back to the door. She cowered against the desk by the window, a slim figure in a clinging silk gown, which alone explained Mrs. Dolan's distrust. The gaslight was turned very low, and her hat shadowed her face, but could not hide its startling beauty, could not mar the brilliance of her skin, nor dim the wonderful eyes of this modern Delilah. For it was she. "So I came in time," I said grimly, and turned the key in the lock. "Oh," she panted at that, and stood facing me, leaning back with her jewel-laden hands clutching the desk edge. "Give me whatever you have removed from here," I said sternly, "and then prepare to accompany me." She took a step forward, her eyes wide with fear, her lips parted. "I have taken nothing," she said. Her breast was heaving tumultuously. "Oh, let me go. Please let me go." And impulsively, she threw herself forward, pressing clasped hands against my shoulder and looking up into my face with passionate, pleading eyes. It is with some shame that I confess how her charm enveloped me like a magic cloud. Unfamiliar with the complex Oriental temperament, I had laughed at Nayland Smith when he had spoken of this girl's infatuation. "Love in the East," he had said, "is like the conjurer's mango tree. It is born, grows, and flowers at the touch of a hand." Now, in those pleading eyes, I read confirmation of his words. Her clothes or her hair exhaled a faint perfume. Like all Fu Manchu's servants, she was perfectly chosen for her peculiar duties. Her beauty was wholly intoxicating, but I thrust her away. "You have no claim to mercy," I said. "Do not count upon any. What have you taken from here?" She grasped the lapels of my coat. "I will tell you all I can, all I dare," she panted eagerly, fearfully. "I should know how to deal with your friend, but with you I am lost. If you could only understand, you would not be so cruel." Her slight accent added charm to her musical voice. "I am not free, as your English women are. What I do, I must do, for it is the will of my master, and I am only a slave. Ah, you are not a man if you can give me to the police. You have no heart if you can forget that I tried to save you once." I had feared that plea, for, in her own Oriental fashion, she certainly had tried to save me from a deadly peril once, at the expense of my friend. But I had feared the plea because I did not know how to meet it. How could I give her up, perhaps to stand trial for murder? And now I fell silent, and she saw why I was silent. "I may deserve no mercy. I may be even as bad as you think. But what do you have to do with the police? It is not your work to hound a woman to death. Could you ever look another woman in the eyes, one that you loved, and know that she trusted you, if you had done such a thing? Ah, I have no friends in the world, or I should not be here. Do not be my enemy, my judge, and make me worse than I am. Be my friend and save me from him." Her tremulous lips were close to mine. Her breath fanned my cheek. "Have mercy on me." At that moment, I honestly would have given half of my worldly possessions to have been spared the decision I knew I must make. After all, what proof did I have that she was a willing accomplice of Dr. Fu Manchu? Furthermore, she was an Oriental, and her code must necessarily be different from mine. Irreconcilable as it might seem with Western ideas, Nayland Smith had actually told me that he believed the girl to be a slave. Then there remained that other reason why I loathed the idea of becoming her captor. It was almost tantamount to betrayal. Must I soil my hands with such work? Thus, I suppose, her seductive beauty argued against my sense of right. Her jeweled fingers grasped my shoulders nervously, and her slim body quivered against mine as she watched me, with all her soul in her eyes, in an abandonment of pleading despair. Then I remembered the fate of the man in whose room we stood. "You lured Cadby to his death," I said, and shook her off. "No, no," she cried wildly, clutching at me. "No, I swear by the holy name I did not. I did not. I watched him, spied upon him, yes. But listen, it was because he would not be warned that he met his death. I could not save him. Ah, I am not so bad. I will tell you. I have taken his notebook and torn out the last pages and burnt them. Look, in the grate. The book was too big to steal away. I came twice and could not find it. There, will you let me go? If you will tell me where and how to seize Dr. Fu Manchu, yes." Her hands dropped, and she took a backward step. A new terror was evident in her face. "I dare not. I dare not." "Then you would, if you dared?" She was watching me intently. "Not if you would go to find him," she said. And, with all that I thought her to be, the stern servant of justice that I would have had myself, I felt the hot blood leap to my cheek at all which the words implied. She grasped my arm. "Could you hide me from him if I came to you and told you all I know?" "The authorities." "Ah." Her expression changed. "They can put me on the rack if they choose, but never one word would I speak, never one little word." She threw up her head scornfully. Then her proud glance softened again. "But I will speak for you." Closer she came and closer, until she could whisper in my ear. "Hide me from your police, from him, from everybody, and I will no longer be his slave." My heart was beating with painful rapidity. I had not counted on this struggle with a woman. Moreover, it was harder than I could have dreamt of. For some time, I had been aware that by the charm of her personality and the art of her pleading, she had brought me down from my judgment seat, had made it all but impossible for me to give her up to justice. Now I was disarmed, but in a quandary. What should I do? What could I do? I turned away from her and walked to the hearth, where some paper ash lay and still emitted a faint smell. Not more than 10 seconds elapsed, I am confident, from the time I stepped across the room until I glanced back. But she had gone. As I leaped to the door, the key turned gently from the outside. "Ma Alesh," came her soft whisper, "but I am afraid to trust you yet. Be comforted, for there is one near who would have killed you had I wished it. Remember, I will come to you whenever you will take me and hide me." Light footsteps pattered down the stairs. I heard a stifled cry from Mrs. Dolan as the mysterious visitor ran past her. The front door opened and closed. Chapter 5. Shenyang's is an opium den in one of the alleys off the old Ratcliffe Highway, Inspector Weymouth explained. They call it Singapore Charlie's. It's a hub for some Chinese societies, I believe, but all sorts of opium smokers use it. There have never been any complaints that I know of. I don't understand this. We stood in his office at New Scotland Yard, poring over a sheet of paper. On it were arranged some burned fragments from poor Cadby's fireplace. The girl had done her work so hastily that the burning hadn't been completed. "What do we make of this?" Smith asked. He read aloud. "Hunchback. The sailor went up, unlike others, not return, till Shenyang, there's no doubt about the name, I think. Turn me out, booming sound. Sailor in mortuary I could identify. Not for days or suspici. Tuesday night in a different make. Snatch, pigtail." The pigtail again. Weymouth exclaimed. "She evidently burned the torn-out pages altogether," Smith continued. "They lay flat, and this was in the middle. I see the hand of retributive justice in that, Inspector. Now we have a reference to a hunchback, and what follows amounts to this. A sailor, among several other people, went up somewhere, presumably upstairs, at Shenyang's, and didn't come down again. Cadby, who was there disguised, noted a booming sound. Later, he identified the sailor in some mortuary. We have no way of fixing the date of this visit to Shenyang's, but I'm inclined to identify the sailor as the bandit who was murdered by Fu Manchu. It's sheer supposition, however. But it's clear that Cadby intended to pay another visit to the place in a different makeup or disguise, and that the proposed Tuesday night was last night is a reasonable deduction. The reference to a pigtail is mainly interesting because of what was found on Cadby's body." Inspector Weymouth nodded in agreement, and Smith glanced at his watch. "Exactly 10:23, he said. "I'll trouble you, Inspector, for the use of your costume wardrobe. There's time to spend an hour in the company of Shenyang's opium friends." Weymouth raised his eyebrows. "It might be risky. What about an official visit?" Nayland. Smith laughed. "Worse than useless. By your own account, the place is open to inspection. No, cunning against cunning. We are dealing with a Chinaman, with the embodied essence of Eastern subtlety, with the most astounding genius the modern Orient has produced." "I don't believe in disguises," Weymouth said, with some defiance. "That game is mostly outdated and generally leads to failure. Still, if you're determined, sir, that's the end of it. Foster will do your makeup. What disguise do you propose to adopt?" "A sort of Dago seaman, I think. Something like poor Cadby. I can rely on my knowledge of those types if I'm confident in my disguise." "You're forgetting me, Smith," I said. He turned to me quickly. "Petrie," he replied. "It is my business, unfortunately, but it's no sort of hobby." "You mean you can no longer rely upon me?" I said angrily. Smith grasped my hand and met my rather cold stare with a look of genuine concern on his gaunt, bronzed face. "My dear old chap," he answered, "that was truly unkind. You know that I meant something totally different." "It's all right, Smith," I said, immediately ashamed of my outburst, and wrung his hand heartily. "I can pretend to smoke opium as well as anyone. I shall be going too, Inspector." As a result of this brief exchange, some 20 minutes later, two dangerous-looking seafaring ruffians entered a waiting cab, accompanied by Inspector Weymouth, and were driven off into the wilderness of London's night. In this theatrical endeavor there was, to my mind, something ridiculous, almost childish, and I could have laughed heartily had it not been that grim tragedy lurked so near to farce. The mere recollection that somewhere at our journey's end Fu Manchu awaited us was enough to sober my thoughts. Fu Manchu, who, with all the powers represented by Nayland Smith pitted against him, pursued his dark schemes triumphantly, and lurked in hiding within this very area that was so diligently patrolled. Fu Manchu, whom I had never seen, but whose name stood for horrors beyond definition. Perhaps I was destined to meet the terrible Chinese doctor tonight. I stopped pursuing a train of thought that promised to lead to morbid depths and directed my attention to what Smith was saying. "We will drop down from Wapping and reconnoiter. As you say, the place is close to the riverside. Then you can put us ashore somewhere downstream. Ryman can keep the launch close to the back of the premises, and your men will be waiting near the front, close enough to hear the whistle." "Yes," Weymouth agreed. "I've arranged for that. If you are suspected, will you give the alarm?" "I don't know," Smith said thoughtfully. "Even in that event, I might wait a while." "Don't wait too long," the inspector advised. "We wouldn't be much wiser if your next appearance was at the end of a grappling hook, somewhere down Greenwich Reach, with half your fingers missing." The cab pulled up outside the River Police Depot, and Smith and I entered without delay. Four shabby-looking fellows who had been seated in the office sprang up to salute the inspector, who followed us in. "Guthrie and Lyle," he said briskly, "get along and find a dark corner that overlooks the door of Singapore Charlie's off the old highway. You look the dirtiest of the troop, Guthrie. You might drop asleep on the pavement, and Lyle can argue with you about getting home. Don't move until you hear the whistle inside or have my orders, and note everyone who goes in and comes out. You two other men belong to this division?" The CID men having departed, the remaining pair saluted again. "Well, you're on special duty tonight. You've been prompt, but don't stick your chests out so much. Do you know of a way back to Shenyang's?" The men looked at one another, and both shook their heads. "There's an empty shop nearly opposite, sir," replied one of them. "I know a broken window at the back where we could climb in. Then we could get through to the front and watch from there." "Good!" cried the inspector. "See you're not spotted, though, and if you hear the whistle, don't mind doing a bit of damage, but be inside Shenyang's like lightning. Otherwise, wait for orders." Inspector Ryman came in, glancing at the clock. "Launch is waiting," he said. "Right," replied Smith thoughtfully. "I'm half afraid, though, that the recent alarms may have scared our quarry, your man Mason and then Cadby, against which we have that, as far as he is likely to know, there has been no clue pointing to this opium den. Remember, he thinks Cadby's notes are destroyed." "The whole business is an utter mystery to me," confessed Ryman. "I'm told that there's some dangerous Chinese devil hiding somewhere in London, and that you expect to find him at Shenyang's. Supposing he uses that place, which is possible, how do you know he's there tonight?" "I don't," said Smith. "But it is the first clue we have had pointing to one of his haunts, and time means precious lives where Dr. Fu Manchu is concerned." "Who is he, sir, exactly, this Dr. Fu Manchu?" "I have only the vaguest idea, Inspector. But he is no ordinary criminal. He is the greatest genius that the powers of evil have put on earth for centuries. He has the backing of a political group whose wealth is enormous, and his mission in Europe is to pave the way. Do you follow me? He is the advance agent of a movement so epoch-making that not one Britisher, and not one American, in 50,000 has ever dreamed of it. Ryman stared but made no reply, and we went out, passing down to the breakwater and boarding the waiting launch. With her crew of 3, the party numbered 7 that swung out into the pool and, clearing the pier, drew in again and hugged the murky shore. The night had been clear enough until now, but then came scudding rain clouds to curtain the crescent moon, and then unveil her again to show the muddy swirls about us. The view was not extensive from the launch. Sometimes a deepening of the nearby shadows would signal a moored barge, or lights high above our heads would mark the deck of a large vessel. In the floods of moonlight, gaunt shapes towered above. In the ensuing darkness, only the oily glitter of the tide occupied the foreground of the night scene. The Surrey shore was a broken wall of blackness, patched with lights about which moved hazy suggestions of human activity. The bank we were following offered an even gloomier prospect, a dense, dark mass, amid which sometimes mysterious halftones revealed a dock gate, or sudden high lights flared brightly. Then, out of the mystery ahead, a green light grew and crept down upon us. A giant shape loomed up and cast a crushing shadow upon the little craft. A blaze of light, the jangle of a bell, and it was past. We were dancing in the wake of one of the Scotch steamers, and the murk had fallen again. Discords of distant activity rose above the more intimate throbbing of our propeller, and we seemed a tiny company floating past the workshops of giant laborers. The chill of the nearby water seeped into me, and I felt the protection of my shabby garments was inadequate against it. Far over on the Surrey shore, a blue light, vaporous, mysterious, flicked translucent tongues against the night's curtain. It was a weird, elusive flame, leaping, wavering, magically changing from blue to a yellowish violet, rising, falling. "Only a gasworks," came Smith's voice, and I knew that he, too, had been watching those ethereal fires. But it always reminds me of a Mexican pyramid, and the altar of sacrifice. The comparison was apt, but gruesome. I thought of Dr. Fu Manchu and the severed fingers, and could not suppress a shudder. On your left, past the wooden pier. Not where the lamp is, beyond that. Next to the dark, square building, Shenyans. It was Inspector Ryman speaking. "Drop us somewhere convenient, then," replied Smith, "and stay close by with your ears wide open. We may have to run for it, so don't go far away." From the tone of his voice, I knew that the night mystery of the Thames had claimed at least one other victim. "Dead slow," came Ryman's order. "We'll put in at the stone stairs." Chapter 6. A seemingly drunken voice droned from a nearby alleyway as Smith lurched, in a hulking fashion, to the door of a small shop. Above it, crudely painted, were the words, "Shenway & Barber." I shuffled along behind him, noting the box of studs, German shaving tackle, and rolls of twist tobacco that lay untidily in the window. Smith then kicked the door open, clattered down 3 wooden steps, and pulled himself up with a jerk, seizing my arm for support. We stood in a bare and very dirty room. It could only claim kinship with a civilized shaving saloon by virtue of the grimy towel draped over the back of the solitary chair. A Yiddish theatrical bill, illustrated, adorned one wall, and another bill, possibly in Chinese, completed the decorations. From behind a curtain heavily brocaded with filth, a little Chinaman appeared, dressed in a loose smock, black trousers, and thick-soled slippers. Advancing, he shook his head vigorously. "No chevy, no chevy," he chattered in a simian fashion, squinting from one to the other of us with his twinkling eyes. "Too late. Shutter shop." "Don't you come with me," roared Smith, in an amazingly gruff voice, shaking an artificially dirted fist under the Chinaman's nose. "Get inside and give me and my maid a couple of pipes. Smoke pipe, you yellow scum, savvy." My friend bent forward and glared into the other's eyes with a vindictiveness that amazed me, unfamiliar as I was with this form of gentle persuasion. "Hold on to that," he said, thrusting a coin into the Chinaman's yellow palm. "Keep me waiting and I'll pull the damn shop down, Charlie. You can count on it." "No have got pipi," the other began. Smith raised his fist, and Yen capitulated. "All right, T," he said. "Full up, no room. You come see." He ducked behind the dirty curtain, Smith and I following, and ran up a dark stair. The next moment, I found myself in an atmosphere that was literally poisonous. It was almost unbreathable, laden with opium fumes. Never before had I experienced anything like it. Every breath was an effort. A tin oil lamp on a box in the middle of the floor dimly illuminated the horrible place, about the walls of which 10 or 12 bunks were arranged, all of them occupied. Most of the occupants lay motionless, but 1 or 2 squatted in their bunks, noisily sucking at the small metal pipes. These had not yet achieved the opium smoker's nirvana. "No room, told you so," said Shinyan, complacently testing Smith's shilling with his yellow decayed teeth. Smith walked to a corner and dropped cross-legged on the floor, pulling me down with him. "2 pipes quick," he said. "Plenty room. 2 pipes or plenty of heap trouble." A dreary voice from one of the bunks remarked, "Give him a pipe, Charlie, curse you, and stop talking." Yen performed a curious little shrug, more of his back than his shoulders, and shuffled to the box holding the smoky lamp. Holding a needle in the flame, he dipped it, when red-hot, into an old cocoa tin, and withdrew it with a bead of opium adhering to the end. Slowly roasting this over the lamp, he dropped it into the bowl of the metal pipe which he held ready, where it burned with a spirituous blue flame. "Pass it over," Smith said huskily, rising to his knees with the assumed eagerness of a drug addict. Yen handed him the pipe, which Smith promptly put to his lips, and prepared another for me. "Whatever you do, don't inhale any," came Smith's whispered instruction. It was with a sense of nausea, greater even than that caused by the disgusting atmosphere of the den, that I took the pipe and pretended to smoke. Taking my cue from my friend, I allowed my head gradually to sink lower and lower, until within a few minutes I sprawled sideways on the floor, Smith lying close beside me. "The ship's sinking," droned a voice from one of the bunks. "Look at the rats." Yen had noiselessly withdrawn, and I experienced a curious sense of isolation from my companions, from the whole of the Western world. My throat was parched from the fumes, my head ached. The vicious atmosphere seemed contaminating. I was as one dropped. Somewhere east of Suez, where the best is like the worst, and there ain't no 10 commandments, and a man can raise a thirst. Smith began to whisper softly. "We have carried it through successfully so far," he said. "I don't know if you've observed it, but there's a stair just behind you, half concealed by a ragged curtain. We're near that and well in the dark. I've seen nothing suspicious so far, or nothing much. But if there was anything going forward, it would no doubt be delayed until we new arrivals were well doped. SSH. He pressed my arm to emphasize the warning. Through my half-closed eyes, I perceived a shadowy form near the curtain he had referred to. I lay like a log, but my muscles were tense nervously. The shadow materialized as the figure moved forward into the room with a curiously lithe movement. The smoky lamp in the middle of the room offered scant illumination, serving only to indicate sprawling shapes. Here an extended hand, brown or yellow, there a sketchy, corpse-like face, while from all about rose obscene sighings and murmurings in faraway voices, an uncanny animal chorus. It was like a glimpse of the inferno seen by some Chinese Dante. But so close to us stood the newcomer that I could make out a ghastly parchment face, with small oblique eyes, and a misshapen head crowned with a coiled pigtail, surmounting a slight, hunched body. There was something unnatural, inhuman, about that mask-like face, and something repulsive in the bent shape and the long yellow hands clasped one upon the other. Fu Manchu, from Smith's account, in no way resembled this crouching apparition with the death's head countenance and lithe movements, but an instinct of some kind told me that we were on the right scent, that this was one of the doctor's servants. How I came to that conclusion, I cannot explain, but with no doubt in my mind that this was a member of the formidable murder group, I saw the yellow man creep nearer, silently, bent and peering. He was watching us. Of another circumstance I became aware, and a disquieting one. There were fewer murmurings and sighings from the surrounding bunks. The presence of the crouching figure had created a sudden semi-silence in the den, which could only mean that some of the supposed opium smokers had merely feigned coma and the approach of coma. Nayland Smith lay like a dead man, and trusting to the darkness, I too lay prone and still, but watched the evil face bending lower and lower, until it came within a few inches of my own. I completely closed my eyes. Delicate fingers touched my right eyelid. Guessing what was coming, I rolled my eyes up as the lid was skillfully lifted and lowered again. The man moved away. I had saved the situation. And noting a new hush about me, a hush in which I imagined many pairs of ears listening, I was glad. For just a moment I fully realized how, with the place watched front and back, we yet were cut off, were in the hands of Far Easterners, to some extent in the power of members of that most inscrutably mysterious race, the Chinese. "Good," whispered Smith at my side. "I don't think I could have done it. He took me on trust after that. My God, what an awful face. Petrie, it's the hunchback of Cadby's notes." "Ah, I thought so. Do you see that?" I turned my eyes as far as possible. A man had scrambled down from one of the bunks and was following the bent figure across the room. They passed around us quietly, the small yellow man leading with his curious, lithe gait, and the other, an impassive Chinaman, following. The curtain was raised, and I heard footsteps receding on the stairs. "Don't stir," whispered Smith. An intense excitement was clearly upon him, and he communicated it to me. Who was the occupant of the room above? Footsteps on the stair, and the Chinaman reappeared, recrossed the floor and went out. The little, bent man went over to another bunk, this time leading up the stairs, one who looked like a sailor. "Did you see his right hand?" whispered Smith. "A bandit. They come here to report and to take orders. Petrie, Dr. Fu Manchu is up there. What shall we do?" I whispered. "Wait. Then we must try to rush the stairs. It would be futile to bring in the police first. He is sure to have some other exit. I will give the word while the little yellow devil is down here. You are nearer and will have to go first, but if the hunchback follows, I can then deal with him." Our whispered conversation was interrupted by the return of the bandit, who recrossed the room as the Chinaman had done, and immediately departed. A third man, whom Smith identified as a Malay, ascended the mysterious stairs, descended, and went out. And a fourth, whose nationality it was impossible to determine, followed. Then, as the softly moving usher crossed to a bunk on the right of the outer door, "Up you go, Petrie," cried Smith, for further delay was dangerous and further pretense useless. I leaped to my feet. Snatching my revolver from the pocket of the rough jacket I wore, I bounded to the stair and went blundering up in complete darkness. A chorus of brutish cries clamored from behind, with a muffled scream rising above them all. But Nayland Smith was close behind as I raced along a covered gangway, in purer air, and at my heels when I crashed open a door at the end and almost fell into the room beyond. What I saw was merely a dirty table, with some odds and ends upon it of which I was too excited to take note, an oil lamp swung by a brass chain above, and a man sitting behind the table. But from the moment my gaze rested upon the one who sat there, I think if the place had been an Aladdin's palace, I would have had no eyes for any of its wonders. He wore a plain yellow robe, of a hue almost identical with that of his smooth, hairless countenance. His hands were large, long, and bony, and he held them knuckles upward, resting his pointed chin upon their thinness. He had a great, high brow, crowned with sparse neutral-colored hair. Of his face, as it looked out at me over the dirty table, I despair of writing convincingly. It was that of an archangel of evil, and it was wholly dominated by the most uncanny eyes that ever reflected a human soul. For they were narrow and long, very slightly oblique, and of a brilliant green. But their unique horror lay in a certain filminess. It made me think of the nictitating membrane in a bird, which, obscuring them as I threw wide the door, seemed to lift as I actually passed the threshold, revealing the eyes in all their brilliant iridescence. I know that I stopped dead, 1 foot within the room, for the malignant force of the man was something surpassing my experience. He was surprised by this sudden intrusion, yes, but no trace of fear showed upon that wonderful face, only a sort of pitying contempt. And, as I paused, he rose slowly to his feet, never removing his gaze from mine. "It's Fu Manchu!" cried Smith over my shoulder, in a voice that was almost a scream. "It's Fu Manchu! Cover him! Shoot him dead if—" The conclusion of that sentence I never heard. Dr. Fu Manchu reached down beside the table, and the floor slipped from under me. One last glimpse I had of the fixed green eyes, and with a scream I was unable to repress, I dropped, and plunged into icy water, which closed over my head. Vaguely I had seen a spurt of flame, had heard another cry following my own, a booming sound, the trap, the flat note of a police whistle. But when I rose to the surface, impenetrable darkness enveloped me. I was spitting filthy, oily liquid from my mouth, and fighting down the black terror that had me by the throat, terror of the darkness about me, of the unknown depths beneath me, of the pit into which I was cast amid stifling stenches and the lapping of tidal water. "Smith!" I cried. "Help! Help!" My voice seemed to beat back upon me, yet I was about to cry out again, when, mustering all my presence of mind and all my failing courage, I recognized that I had better employment for my energies and began to swim straight ahead, desperately determined to face all the horrors of this place, to die hard if die I must. A drop of liquid fire fell through the darkness and hissed into the water beside me. I felt that, despite my resolution, I was going mad. Another fiery drop. And another. I touched a rotting wooden post and slimy timbers. I had reached one boundary of my watery prison. More fire fell from above, and the scream of hysteria quivered unuttered in my throat. Keeping myself afloat with increasing difficulty in my heavy garments, I threw my head back and raised my eyes. No more drops fell, and no more drops would fall, but it was merely a question of time for the floor to collapse, for it was beginning to emit a dull red glow. The room above me was in flames. It was drops of burning oil from the lamp, finding passage through the cracks in the crazy flooring, which had fallen about me, for the death trap had reclosed, I suppose, mechanically. My saturated garments were dragging me down, and now I could hear the flames hungrily eating into the ancient rottenness overhead. Shortly, that cauldron would be unleashed upon my head. The glow of the flames grew brighter, and showed me the half-rotten piles upholding the building, showed me the tidal mark upon the slime-coated walls, showed me that there was no escape. By some subterranean duct, the foul place was fed from the Thames. By that duct, with the outgoing tide, my body would pass, in the wake of Mason, Cadby, and many other victims. Rusty iron rungs were affixed to one of the walls communicating with a trap, but the bottom 3 were missing. Brighter and brighter grew the awesome light, the light of what should be my funeral pyre, reddening the oily water and adding a new dread to the whispering, clammy horror of the pit. But something it showed me, a projecting beam a few feet above the water, and directly below the iron ladder. Merciful heaven! I breathed. Have I the strength? A desire for laughter claimed me with sudden, almost irresistible force. I knew what it portended and fought it down, grimly, sternly. My garments weighed upon me like a suit of armor. With my chest aching dully, my veins throbbing to bursting, I forced tired muscles to work, and every stroke an agony approached the beam. Nearer I swam, nearer. Its shadow fell black upon the water, which now had all the appearance of a pool of blood. Confused sounds, a remote uproar came to my ears. I was nearly spent. I was in the shadow of the beam. If I could throw up one arm. A shrill scream sounded far above me. Petrie! Petrie! That voice must be Smith's. Don't touch the beam. For God's sake, don't touch the beam. Keep afloat another few seconds and I can get to you. Another few seconds. Was that possible? I managed to turn to raise my throbbing head, and I saw the strangest sight that night had yet offered. Nayland Smith stood upon the lowest iron rung, supported by the hideous, crook-backed Chinaman, who stood upon the rung above. I can't reach him. It was as Smith hissed the words despairingly that I looked up, and saw the Chinaman snatch at his coiled pigtail and pull it off. With it came the wig to which it was attached, and the ghastly yellow mask, deprived of its fastenings, fell from position. Here! Here! Be quick! Oh! Be quick! You can lower this to him. Be quick! Be quick! A cloud of hair came falling about the slim shoulders as the speaker bent to pass this strange lifeline to Smith, and I think it was my wonder at knowing her for the girl whom that day I had surprised in Cadby's rooms which saved my life. For I not only kept afloat, but kept my gaze upturned to that beautiful, flushed face, and my eyes fixed upon hers, which were wild with fear. For me. Smith, by some contortion, got the false cue into my grasp, and I, with the strength of desperation, by that means seized hold upon the lowest rung. With my friend's arm around me, I realized that exhaustion was even nearer than I had supposed. My last distinct memory is of the bursting of the floor above and the large burning joist hissing into the pool beneath us. Its fiery passage, striated with light, disclosed two sword blades, riveted, edges up along the top of the beam which I had striven to reach. The severed fingers, I said, and swooned. How Smith got me through the trap I do not know, nor how we made our way through the smoke and flames of the narrow passage it opened upon. My next recollection is of sitting up, with my friend's arm supporting me and Inspector Ryman holding a glass to my lips. A bright glare dazzled my eyes. A crowd surged about us, and a clangor and shouting drew momentarily nearer. "It's the engines coming," explained Smith, seeing my bewilderment. "Shenyang's is in flames. It was your shot as you fell through the trap that broke the oil lamp." "Is everybody out?" "As far as we know." "Fu Manchu." Smith shrugged his shoulders. "No one has seen him. There was some door at the back. Do you think he may?" "No," he said tensely. "Not until I see him lying dead before me shall I believe it." Then memory resumed its sway. I struggled to my feet. "Smith, where is she?" I cried. "Where is she?" "I don't know," he answered. "She's given us the slip, Doctor," said Inspector Weymouth, as a fire engine came swinging around the corner of the narrow lane. "So has Mr. Singapore Charlie. And I'm afraid somebody else. We've got 6 or 8 of all sorts, some awake and some asleep, but I suppose we shall have to let them go again. Mr. Smith tells me that the girl was disguised as a Chinaman. I expect that's why she managed to slip away." I recalled how I had been dragged from the pit by the false cue, how the strange discovery which had brought death to poor Cadby had brought life to me, and I seemed to remember, too, that Smith had dropped it as he threw his arm about me on the ladder. Her mask the girl might have retained, but her wig, I felt certain, had been dropped into the water. It was later that night, when the brigade were still playing upon the blackened shell of what had been Shinyen's opium shop, and Smith and I were speeding away in a cab from the scene of God knows how many crimes, that I had an idea. "Smith," I said, "did you bring the pigtail with you that was found on Cadby?" "Yes." I had hoped to meet the owner. Have you got it now? No. I met the owner. I thrust my hands deep into the pockets of the big pea-jacket lent to me by Inspector Ryman, leaning back in my corner. We shall never really excel at this business, continued Nayland Smith. We are far too sentimental. I knew what it meant to us, Petrie, what it meant to the world, but I hadn't the heart. I owed her your life. I had to square the account. Chapter 7. Night fell on Redmoat. I glanced from the window at the silver and green nocturne that lay beneath me. To the west of the shrubbery, with its broken canopy of elms, and beyond the copper beech that marked the center of its mazes, a gap offered a glimpse of the Waverney where it swept into a broad river. Faint bird calls floated over the water. These, with the whisper of leaves, were the only sounds. It was ideal rural peace, the music of an English summer evening. But to my eyes every shadow held fantastic terrors. To my ears every sound was a signal of dread. For the deathful hand of Fu Manchu was stretched over Redmoat, ready at any hour to loose strange oriental horrors upon its inmates. Well, said Nayland Smith, joining me at the window, we had dared to hope he was dead, but we know now that he lives. The Reverend J. D. Eltham coughed nervously, and I turned, leaning my elbow upon the table, studying the play of expression upon the clergyman's refined, sensitive face. You think I acted rightly in sending for you, Mr. Smith? Nayland Smith smoked furiously. Mr. Eltham, he replied, you see in me a man groping in the dark. I am today no nearer to the conclusion of my mission than upon the day when I left Mandalay. You offer me a clue. I am here. Your affair, I believe, stands thus. A series of attempted burglaries, or something of the kind, has alarmed your household. Yesterday, returning from London with your daughter, you were both drugged in some way. Occupying a compartment to yourselves, you both slept. Your daughter awoke and saw someone else in the carriage, a yellow-faced man who held a case of instruments in his hands. Yes, I was, of course, unable to go into particulars over the telephone. The man was standing by one of the windows. Directly he observed that my daughter was awake, he stepped towards her. What did he do with the case in his hands? She did not notice, or did not mention having noticed. In fact, as was natural, she was so frightened that she recalled nothing more, beyond the fact that she strove to arouse me, without succeeding, felt hands grasp her shoulders, and swooned. But someone used the emergency cord and stopped the train. Greba has no recollection of having done so. Of course, no yellow-faced man was on the train. When did you wake up? I was aroused by the guard, but only after he had repeatedly shaken me. Upon reaching Great Yarmouth you immediately called Scotland Yard? You acted very wisely, sir. How long were you in China? Mr. Eltham's start of surprise was almost comical. It is perhaps not strange that you should be aware of my residence in China, Mr. Smith, he said. But my not having mentioned it may seem so. The fact is, his sensitive face flushed in palpable embarrassment. I left China under what I may term an episcopal cloud. I have lived in retirement ever since. Unwittingly, I solemnly declare to you, Mr. Smith, unwittingly, I stirred up certain deep-seated prejudices in my endeavors to do my duty. I think you asked me how long I was in China? I was there from 1896 until 1900, 4 years. I recall the circumstances, Mr. Eltham, said Smith, with an odd note in his voice. I had been endeavoring to think where I had come across the name, and a moment ago I remembered. I am happy to have met you, sir. The clergyman blushed again like a girl, and slightly inclined his head, with its scanty fair hair. Has Redmoat, as its name implies, a moat around it? I was unable to see in the dusk. It remains. Redmoat, a corruption of Round Moat, was formerly a priory, disestablished by the 8th Henry in 1536. His pedantic manner was quaint at times. But the moat is no longer flooded. In fact, we grow cabbages in part of it. If you refer to the strategic strength of the place, he smiled, but his manner was embarrassed again. It is considerable. I have barbed wire fencing, and other arrangements. You see, it is a lonely spot, he added apologetically. And now, if you will excuse me, we will resume these gruesome inquiries after the more pleasant affairs of dinner. He left us. Who is our host? I asked as the door closed. Smith smiled. You are wondering what caused the episcopal cloud, he suggested. Well, the deep-seated prejudices which our reverend friend stirred up culminated in the Boxer risings. Good heavens, Smith, I said, for I could not reconcile the diffident personality of the clergyman with the memories those words awakened. He evidently should be on our danger list, my friend continued quickly. But he has so completely effaced himself in recent years that I think it probable someone else has only just recalled his existence. The Reverend J. D. Eltham, my dear Petrie, though he may be a poor hand at saving souls, at any rate, has saved a score of Christian women from death, and worse. J. D. Eltham, I began. Is Parson Dan, rapped Smith, the fighting missionary, the man who with a garrison of a dozen cripples and a German doctor held the hospital at Nanyang against 200 Boxers. That's who the Reverend J. D. Eltham is. But what he is up to now, I have yet to find out. He is keeping something back, something which has made him an object of interest to young China. During dinner, the matters responsible for our presence there did not hold priority in the conversation. In fact, this, for the most part, consisted of light talk of books and theaters. Greba Eltham, the clergyman's daughter, was a charming young hostess, and she, with Vernon Denby, Mr. Eltham's nephew, completed the party. No doubt the girl's presence, in part at any rate, led us to refrain from the subject uppermost in our minds. These little pools of calm, dotted along the torrential course of the circumstances bearing my friend and me onward to unknown issues, form pleasant, sunny spots in my dark recollections. So I shall always remember with pleasure that dinner party at Redmoat in the Old World dining room. It was so very peaceful, so almost grotesquely calm. For I, within my very bones, felt it to be the calm before the storm. When later we men passed to the library, we seemed to leave that atmosphere behind us. Redmoat, said the Reverend J. D. Eltham, has lately become the theater of strange doings. He stood on the hearthrug. A shaded lamp upon the big table and candles in ancient sconces upon the mantelpiece afforded dim illumination. Mr. Eltham's nephew, Vernon Denby, lolled smoking on the window-seat, and I sat near to him. Nayland Smith paced restlessly up and down the room. Some months ago, almost a year, continued the clergyman, a burglarious attempt was made upon the house. There was an arrest, and the man confessed he had been tempted by my collection. He waved his hand vaguely towards the several cabinets about the shadowed room. It was shortly afterwards that I allowed my hobby for playing at forts to run away with me. He smiled an apology. I virtually fortified Redmoat against trespassers of any kind, I mean. You have seen that the house stands upon a kind of large mound. This is artificial, being the buried ruins of a Roman outwork, a portion of the ancient castrum. Again he waved indicatively, this time toward the window. When it was a priory, it was completely isolated and defended by its surrounding moat. Today it is completely surrounded by barbed wire fencing. Below this fence, on the east, is a narrow stream, a tributary of the Waverney. On the north and west, the high road, but nearly 20 feet below, the banks being perpendicular. On the south is the remaining part of the moat, now my kitchen garden, but from there up to the level of the house is nearly 20 feet again, and the barbed wire must also be counted. The entrance, as you know, is by way of a kind of cutting. There is a gate at the foot of the steps, They are some of the original steps of the priory, Dr. Petrie, and another gate at the head." He paused and smiled around upon us boyishly. "My secret defenses remain to be mentioned," he resumed, and opening a cupboard, he pointed to a row of batteries, with a number of electric bells upon the wall behind. "The more vulnerable spots are connected at night with these bells," he said triumphantly. "Any attempt to scale the barbed wire or to force either gate would set 2 or more of these ringing. A stray cow raised one false alarm," he added, "and a careless rook threw us into a perfect panic on another occasion." He was so boyish, so nervously brisk and acutely sensitive, that it was difficult to see in him the hero of the Nanyang hospital. I could only suppose that he had treated the Boxer's raid in the same spirit wherein he met would-be trespassers within the precincts of Redmoat. It had been an escapade of which he was afterwards ashamed, as, faintly, he was ashamed of his fortifications. But, rapped Smith, it was not the visit of the burglar which prompted these elaborate precautions. Mr. Eltham coughed nervously. "I am aware," he said, "that having invoked official aid, I must be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Smith. It was the burglar who was responsible for my continuing the wire fence all around the grounds, but the electrical contrivance followed, later, as a result of several disturbed nights. My servants grew uneasy about someone who came, they said, after dusk. No one could describe this nocturnal visitor, but certainly we found traces. I must admit that. Then, I received what I may term a warning. My position is a peculiar one. A peculiar one. My daughter, too, saw this prowling person, over by the Roman castrum, and described him as a yellow man. It was the incident in the train, following closely upon this other, which led me to speak to the police, little as I desired to court publicity. Nayland Smith walked to a window and looked out across the sloping lawn to where the shadows of the shrubbery lay. A dog was howling dismally somewhere. "Your defenses are not impregnable after all, then?" he jerked. "On our way up this evening, Mr. Denby was telling us about the death of his collie a few nights ago." The clergyman's face clouded. "That certainly was alarming," he confessed. "I had been in London for a few days, and during my absence Vernon came down, bringing the dog with him. On the night of his arrival it ran, barking, into the shrubbery yonder, and did not come out. He went to look for it with a lantern and found it lying among the bushes, quite dead. The poor creature had been dreadfully beaten about the head." "The gates were locked," Denby interrupted, "and no one could have gotten out of the grounds without a ladder and someone to assist him. But there was no sign of a living thing about. Edwards and I searched every corner." "How long has that other dog been howling?" inquired Smith. "Only since Rex's death," said Denby quickly. "It is my mastiff," explained the clergyman, "and he is confined in the yard. He is never allowed on this side of the house." Nayland Smith wandered aimlessly about the library. "I am sorry to have to press you, Mr. Eltham," he said, "but what was the nature of the warning to which you referred, and from whom did it come?" Mr. Eltham hesitated for a long time. "I have been so unfortunate," he said at last, "in my previous efforts, that I feel assured of your hostile criticism when I tell you that I am contemplating an immediate return to Honan." Smith jumped around upon him as though moved by a spring. "Then you are going back to Nanyang," he cried. "Now I understand. Why have you not told me before? That is the key for which I have vainly been seeking. Your troubles date from the time of your decision to return." "Yes, I must admit it," confessed the clergyman diffidently. "And your warning came from China?" "It did." "From a Chinaman?" "From the Mandarin, Yen Sun Yat." "Yen Sun Yat. My good sir. He warned you to abandon your visit? And you reject his advice? Listen to me." Smith was intensely excited now, his eyes bright, his lean figure curiously strung up, alert. "The Mandarin Yen Sun Yat is one of the 7. I do not follow you, Mr. Smith. No, sir. China today is not the China of '98. It is a huge secret machine, and Honan one of its most important wheels. But if, as I understand, this official is a friend of yours, believe me, he has saved your life. You would be a dead man now if it were not for your friend in China. My dear sir, you must accept his counsel. Then, for the first time since I had made his acquaintance, Parson Dan showed through the surface of the Reverend J.D. Eltham. No, sir, replied the clergyman, and the change in his voice was startling. I am called to Nanyang. Only one may deter me from going. The admixture of deep spiritual reverence with intense truculence in his voice was dissimilar from anything I ever had heard. Then only one can protect you, cried Smith. For by heaven, no man will be able to do so. Your presence in Honan can do no possible good at present. It must do harm. Your experience in 1900 should be fresh in your memory. Hard words, Mr. Smith. The class of missionary work which you favor, sir, is injurious to international peace. At the present moment, Honan is a barrel of gunpowder. You would be the lighted match. I do not willingly stand between any man and what he chooses to consider his duty, but I insist that you abandon your visit to the interior of China. You insist, Mr. Smith? As your guest, I regret the necessity for reminding you that I hold authority to enforce it. Denby fidgeted uneasily. The tone of the conversation was growing harsh and the atmosphere of the library portentous with brewing storms. There was a short, silent interval. This is what I had feared and expected, said the clergyman. This was my reason for not seeking official protection. The phantom yellow peril, said Nayland Smith, today materializes under the very eyes of the Western world. The yellow peril. You scoff, sir, and so do others. We take the proffered right hand of friendship nor inquire if the hidden left holds a knife. The peace of the world is at stake, Mr. Eltham. Unknowingly, you tamper with tremendous issues. Mr. Eltham drew a deep breath, thrusting both hands in his pockets. You are painfully frank, Mr. Smith, he said, but I like you for it. I will reconsider my position and talk about this matter over again with you tomorrow. Thus, then, the storm blew over. Yet I had never experienced such an overwhelming sense of imminent peril, of a sinister presence, as oppressed me at that moment. The very atmosphere of Redmoat was impregnated with Eastern devilry. It loaded the air like some evil perfume. And then, through the silence, cut a throbbing scream, the scream of a woman in direst fear. My God, it's Greba, whispered Mr. Eltham. Chapter 8. I cannot recall the order in which we dashed down to the drawing-room, but none was before me when I leaped over the threshold and saw Miss Eltham prone by the French windows. These were closed and bolted, and she lay with hands outstretched in the alcove they formed. I bent over her. Nayland Smith was at my elbow. Get my bag, I said. She has swooned. It is nothing serious. Her father, pale and wide-eyed, hovered about me, muttering incoherently. But I managed to reassure him, and his gratitude, when I administered a simple restorative and the girl sighed shudderingly and opened her eyes, was quite pathetic. I would permit no questioning at that time, and on her father's arm she retired to her own rooms. Some 15 minutes later, her message was brought to me. I followed the maid to a quaint little octagonal apartment, and Greba Eltham stood before me, the candlelight caressing the soft curves of her face and gleaming in the meshes of her rich brown hair. When she had answered my first question, she hesitated in pretty confusion. We are anxious to know what alarmed you, Miss Eltham. She bit her lip and glanced with apprehension towards the window. I am almost afraid to tell father, she began rapidly. He will think me imaginative, but you have been so kind. It was 2 green eyes. Oh, Dr. Petrie, They looked up at me from the steps leading to the lawn, and they shone like the eyes of a cat. The words thrilled me strangely. Are you sure it was not a cat, Miss Eltham? The eyes were too large, Dr. Petrie. There was something dreadful, most dreadful, in their appearance. I feel foolish and silly for having fainted, twice in 2 days. But the suspense is telling upon me, I suppose. Father thinks she was becoming charmingly confidential, as a woman often will with a tactful physician, that shut up here we are safe from whatever threatens us. I noted with concern a repetition of the nervous shudder. But since our return, someone else has been in Redmoat. Whatever do you mean, Miss Eltham? Oh, I don't quite know what I mean, Dr. Petrie. What does it all mean? Vernon has been explaining to me that some awful Chinaman is seeking the life of Mr. Nayland Smith. But if the same man wants to kill my father, why has he not done so? I am afraid you puzzle me. Of course I must do so. But the man on the train, he could have killed us both quite easily. And last night someone was in my father's room. In his room. I could not sleep, and I heard something moving. My room is the next one. I knocked on the wall and woke my father. There was nothing, so I said it was the howling of the dog that had frightened me. How could anyone get into his room? I cannot imagine. But I am not sure it was a man. Miss Eltham, you alarm me. What do you suspect? You must think me hysterical and silly, but whilst father and I have been away from Redmoat, perhaps the usual precautions have been neglected. Is there any creature, any large creature, which could climb up the wall to the window? Do you know of anything with a long, thin body? For a moment, I offered no reply, studying the girl's pretty face, her eager blue-gray eyes widely opened and fixed upon mine. She was not of the neurotic type, with her clear complexion and sun-kissed neck. Her arms, healthily toned by exposure to the country airs, were rounded and firm, and she had the agile shape of a young Diana with none of the anemic languor which breeds morbid dreams. She was frightened. Yes, who would not have been? But the mere idea of this thing which she believed to be in Redmoat, without the apparition of the green eyes, must have prostrated a victim of nerves. Have you seen such a creature, Miss Eltham? She hesitated again, glancing down and pressing her fingertips together. As father awoke and called out to know why I knocked, I glanced from my window. The moonlight threw half the lawn into shadow, and just disappearing in this shadow was something of a brown color marked with sections. What size and shape? It moved so quickly I could form no idea of its shape, but I saw quite 6 feet of it flash across the grass. Did you hear anything? A swishing sound in the shrubbery, then nothing more. She met my eyes expectantly. Her confidence in my powers of understanding and sympathy was gratifying, though I knew that I occupied the position of a father-confessor. Have you any idea, I said, how it came about that you awoke in the train yesterday whilst your father did not? We had coffee at a refreshment room. It must have been drugged in some way. I scarcely tasted mine, the flavor was so awful, but father is an old traveler and drank the whole cupful. Mr. Eltham's voice called from below. Dr. Petrie, said the girl quickly, what do you think they want to do to him? Ah, I replied, I wish I knew that. Will you think over what I have told you? For I do assure you there is something here in Redmoat, something that comes and goes in spite of father's fortifications. Caesar knows there is. Listen to him. He drags at his chain so that I wonder if he does not break it. As we passed downstairs, the howling of the mastiff sounded eerily through the house, as did the clank-clank of the tightening chain as he threw the weight of his big body upon it. I sat in Smith's room that night for some time, pacing the floor, smoking and talking. Eltham has influential Chinese friends, he said, but they dare not have him in Nanyang at present. He knows the country as he knows Norfolk. He would see things. His precautions here have baffled the enemy, I think. The attempt in the train points to an anxiety to waste no opportunity. But whilst Eltham was absent, he was getting his outfit in London, by the way. They have been fixing some second string to their fiddle here. In case no opportunity offered before he returned, they provided for him to get here. But how, Smith? That's the mystery. But the dead dog in the shrubbery is significant. Do you think some emissary of Fu Manchu is actually inside the moat? It's impossible, Petrie. You are thinking of secret passages and so forth. There are none. Eltham has measured every foot of the place. There isn't a rat hole left unaccounted for, and as for a tunnel under the moat, the house stands on a solid mass of Roman masonry, a former camp of Hadrian's time. I have seen a very old plan of the round moat priory, as it was called. There is no entrance and no exit save by the steps. So how was the dog killed? I knocked out my pipe on a bar of the grate. We are in the thick of it here, I said. We are always in the thick of it, replied Smith. Our danger is no greater in Norfolk than in London. But what do they want to do? That man in the train with the case of instruments. What instruments? Then the apparition of the green eyes tonight. Can they have been the eyes of Fu Manchu? Is some peculiarly unique outrage contemplated? Something calling for the presence of the master? He may have to prevent Eltham's leaving England without killing him. Quite so. He probably has instructions to be merciful. But God help the victim of Chinese mercy. I went to my own room then. But I did not even undress, refilling my pipe and seating myself at the open window. Having looked upon the awful Chinese doctor, the memory of his face, with its filmed green eyes, could never leave me. The idea that he might be near at that moment was a poor narcotic. The howling and baying of the mastiff was almost continuous. When all else in Redmoat was still, the dog's mournful note rose on the night with something menacing in it. I sat looking out across the sloping turf to where the shrubbery showed as a black island in a green sea. The moon swam in a cloudless sky, and the air was warm and fragrant with country scents. It was in the shrubbery that Denby's collie had met his mysterious death, that the thing seen by Miss Eltham had disappeared. What uncanny secret did it hold? Caesar became silent. As the stopping of a clock will sometimes awaken a sleeper, the abrupt cessation of that distant howling, to which I had grown accustomed, now recalled me from a world of gloomy imaginings. I glanced at my watch in the moonlight. It was 12 minutes past midnight. As I replaced it, the dog suddenly burst out afresh, but now in a tone of sheer anger. He was alternately howling and snarling in a way that sounded new to me. The crashes, as he leaped to the end of his chain, shook the building in which he was confined. It was as I stood up to lean from the window and commanded a view of the corner of the house that he broke loose. With a hoarse bay, he took that decisive leap, and I heard his heavy body fall against the wooden wall. There followed a strange guttural cry, and the growling of the dog died away at the rear of the house. He was out. But that guttural note had not come from the throat of a dog. Of what was he in pursuit? At which point his mysterious quarry entered the shrubbery, I do not know. I only know that I saw absolutely nothing until Caesar's lithe shape streaked across the lawn, and the great creature went crashing into the undergrowth. Then a faint sound above and to my right told me that I was not the only spectator of the scene. I leaned farther from the window. "Is that you, Miss Eltham?" I asked. "Oh, Dr. Petrie," she said. "I am so glad you are awake. Can we do nothing to help? Caesar will be killed. Did you see what he went after?" "No," she called back and drew her breath sharply, for a strange figure went racing across the grass. It was that of a man in a blue dressing gown who held a lantern high before him, and a revolver in his right hand. coincident with my recognition of Mr. Eltham. He leaped, plunging into the shrubbery in the wake of the dog. But the night held yet another surprise, for Nayland Smith's voice came. Come back, Eltham." I ran out into the passage and downstairs. The front door was open. A terrible conflict waged in the shrubbery, between the mastiff and something else. Passing round to the lawn, I met Smith fully dressed. He had just dropped from a first-floor window. "The man is mad," he snapped. "Heaven knows what lurks there. He should not have gone alone." Together we ran towards the dancing light of Eltham's lantern. The sounds of conflict ceased suddenly. Stumbling over stumps and lashed by low-sweeping branches, we struggled forward to where the clergyman knelt amongst the bushes. He glanced up with tears in his eyes, as was revealed by the dim light. "Look," he cried. The body of the dog lay at his feet. It was pitiable to think that the fearless brute should have met his death in such a fashion, and when I bent and examined him, I was glad to find traces of life. "Drag him out." "He is not dead," I said. "And hurry," rapped Smith, peering about him right and left. So we three hurried from that haunted place, dragging the dog with us. We were not molested. No sound disturbed the now perfect stillness. By the lawn edge we came upon Denby half-dressed, and almost immediately Edwards the gardener also appeared. The white faces of the house servants showed at one window, and Miss Eltham called to me from her room. "Is he dead?" "No," I replied. "Only stunned." We carried the dog round to the yard, and I examined his head. It had been struck by some heavy blunt instrument, but the skull was not broken. It is hard to kill a mastiff. "Will you attend to him, doctor?" asked Eltham. "We must see that the villain does not escape." His face was grim and set. This was a different man from the diffident clergyman we knew. This was Parson Dan again. I accepted the care of the canine patient, and Eltham with the others went off for more lights to search the shrubbery. As I was washing a bad wound between the mastiff's ears, Miss Eltham joined me. It was the sound of her voice, I think, rather than my more scientific ministration, which recalled Caesar to life. For, as she entered, his tail wagged feebly, and a moment later he struggled to his feet, one of which was injured. Having provided for his immediate needs, I left him in charge of his young mistress and joined the search party. They had entered the shrubbery from 4 points and drawn blank. "There is absolutely nothing there, and no one can possibly have left the grounds," said Eltham amazedly. We stood on the lawn looking at one another, Nayland Smith, angry but thoughtful, tugging at the lobe of his left ear, as was his habit in moments of perplexity. Chapter 9. With the first coming of light, Eltham, Smith, and I tested the electrical contrivances from every point. They were in perfect order. It became more and more incomprehensible how anyone could have entered and left Redmoat during the night. The barbed wire fencing was intact, and bore no signs of having been tampered with. Smith and I undertook an exhaustive examination of the shrubbery. At the spot where we had found the dog, about 5 paces to the west of the copper beech, the grass and weeds were trampled. The surrounding laurels and rhododendrons bore evidence of a struggle, but no human footprint could be found. "The ground is dry," said Smith. "We cannot expect much." "In my opinion," I said, "someone tried to get at Caesar. His presence is dangerous, and in his rage he broke loose." "I think so, too," agreed Smith. "But why did this person come here? And how, after mastering the dog, did they get out of Redmoat? I'll admit the possibility of someone getting in during the day while the gates are open and hiding until dusk. But how in the name of all that's wonderful do they get out? They must possess the attributes of a bird." I thought of Greba Eltham's statements, reminding my friend of her description of the thing she had seen passing into this strangely haunted shrubbery. "That line of speculation soon takes us out of our depth, Petrie," he said. Let us stick to what we can understand. That may help us to a clearer idea of what is, at present, incomprehensible. My view of the case to date stands thus. First, Eltham, having rashly decided to return to the interior of China, is warned by an official, whose friendship he has won in some way, to stay in England. Second, I know this official as one of the Yellow Group, represented in England by Dr. Fu Manchu. Third, several attempts, of which we know little, to get at Eltham are frustrated, presumably by his curious defenses. An attempt on a train fails due to Miss Eltham's distaste for refreshment room coffee. An attempt here fails due to her insomnia. Fourth, during Eltham's absence from Redmoat, certain preparations are made for his return. These lead to A. The death of Denby's collie. B. The things heard and seen by Miss Eltham. C. The things heard and seen by us all last night. So, the clearing up of my fourth point, that is, the discovery of the nature of these preparations, becomes our immediate concern. The prime object of these preparations, Petrie, was to enable someone to gain access to Eltham's room. The other events are incidental. The dogs had to be gotten rid of, for instance. And there is no doubt that Miss Eltham's wakefulness saved her father a second time. But from what? For heaven's sake, from what? Smith glanced about into the light-patched shadows. From a visit by someone, perhaps by Fu Manchu himself, he said in a hushed voice. The object of that visit I hope we may never learn, for that would mean that it had been achieved. Smith, I said, I do not altogether understand you. But do you think he has some incredible creature hidden here somewhere? It would be like him. I begin to suspect the most formidable creature in the known world to be hidden here. I believe Fu Manchu is somewhere inside Redmoat. Our conversation was interrupted at this point by Denby, who came to report that he had examined the moat, the roadside, and the bank of the stream, but found no footprints or clue of any kind. No one left the grounds of Redmoat last night, I think, he said, and his voice held awe. That day dragged slowly on. A party of us scoured the neighborhood for traces of strangers, examining every foot of the Roman ruin nearby, but in vain. May not your presence here induce Fu Manchu to abandon his plans? I asked Smith. I think not, he replied. You see, unless we can prevail upon him, Eltham sails in a fortnight. So the doctor has no time to waste. Furthermore, I have an idea that his arrangements are of such a character that they must go forward. He might turn aside, of course, to assassinate me if opportunity arose. But we know, from experience, that he permits nothing to interfere with his schemes. There are few states, I suppose, which exact so severe a toll from one's nervous system as the anticipation of calamity. All anticipation is keener, be it of joy or pain, than the reality it forecasts. But that inactive waiting at Redmoat, for the blow we knew full well was pending, exceeded in its nerve taxation anything I had hitherto experienced. I felt as one bound upon an Aztec altar, with the priest's obsidian knife raised above my breast. Secret and malign forces throbbed about us, forces against which we had no armor. Dreadful as it was, I counted a mercy that the climax was reached so quickly. And it came suddenly enough. For there, in that quiet Norfolk home, we found ourselves at handgrips with one of the mysterious horrors that characterized the operations of Dr. Fu Manchu. It was upon us before we realized it. There is no incidental music to the dramas of real life. As we sat on the little terrace in the creeping twilight, I remember thinking how the peace of the scene gave the lie to my fears that we bordered upon tragic things. Then Caesar, who had been a docile patient all day, began howling again, and I saw Greba Eltham shudder. I caught Smith's eye and was about to propose our retirement indoors, when the party was broken up in a more turbulent fashion. I suppose it was the presence of the girl which prompted Denby to the rash act, a desire to personally distinguish himself. But, as I recalled afterwards, his gaze had rarely left the shrubbery since dusk, save to seek her face. And now he leaped wildly to his feet, overturning his chair, and dashed across the grass to the trees. "Did you see it?" he yelled. "Did you see it?" He evidently carried a revolver. From the edge of the shrubbery a shot sounded, and in the flash we saw Denby with the weapon raised. "Greba, go in and fasten the windows," cried Eltham. "Mr. Smith, will you enter the bushes from the west? Dr. Petrie, east. Edwards. And he was off across the lawn with the nervous activity of a cat. As I made off in the opposite direction, I heard the gardener's voice from the lower gate, and I saw Eltham's plan. It was to surround the shrubbery. 2 more shots and 2 flashes from the dense heart of the greenwood. Then a loud cry, I thought, from Denby, and a second muffled one. Following silence, only broken by the howling of the mastiff. I sprinted through the rose garden, leaped heedlessly over a bed of geranium and heliotrope, and plunged in among the bushes and under the elms. Away on the left, I heard Edwards shouting, and Eltham's answering voice. "Denby!" I cried, and yet louder. "Denby!" But the silence fell again. Dusk was upon Redmoat now, but from sitting in the twilight, my eyes had grown accustomed to gloom, and I could see fairly well what lay before me. Not daring to think what might lurk above, below, or around me, I pressed on into the midst of the thicket. "Vernon!" came Eltham's voice from one side. "Bear more to the right, Edwards." I heard Nayland Smith cry directly ahead of me. With an eerie and indescribable sensation of impending disaster upon me, I thrust my way through to a gray patch which marked a break in the elm roof. At the foot of the copper beech, I almost fell over Eltham. Then Smith plunged into view. Lastly, Edwards the gardener rounded a big rhododendron and completed the party. We stood quite still for a moment. A faint breeze whispered through the beech leaves. "Where is he?" I cannot remember who put it into words. I was too dazed with amazement to notice. Then Eltham began shouting, "Vernon! Vernon! Vernon!" His voice pitched higher upon each repetition. There was something horrible about that vain calling, under the whispering beech, with shrubs banked about us cloaking God alone could know what. From the back of the house came Caesar's faint reply. "Quick! Lights!" rapped Smith. "Every lamp you have." Off we went, dodging laurels and privets, and poured out onto the lawn, a disordered company. Eltham's face was deathly pale, and his jaw set hard. He met my eye. "God forgive me," he said. "I could do murder tonight." He was a man composed of strange perplexities. It seemed an age before the lights were found. But at last we returned to the bushes, really after a very brief delay. And 10 minutes sufficed us to explore the entire shrubbery, for it was not extensive. We found his revolver, but there was no one there. Nothing. When we all stood again on the lawn, I thought that I had never seen Smith so haggard. "What in heaven's name can we do?" he muttered. "What does it mean?" He expected no answer, for there was none to offer. "Search everywhere," said Eltham hoarsely. He ran off into the rose garden and began beating about among the flowers like a madman, muttering, "Vernon! Vernon!" For close to an hour, we all searched. We searched every square yard, I think, within the wire fencing, and found no trace. Miss Eltham slipped out in the confusion and joined with the rest of us in that frantic hunt. Some of the servants assisted too. It was a terrified and awestruck group which came together again on the terrace. One and then another would give up, until only Eltham and Smith were missing. Then they came back together from examining the steps to the lower gate. Eltham dropped onto a rustic seat and sank his head in his hands. Nayland Smith paced up and down like a newly caged animal, snapping his teeth together and tugging at his ear. Possessed by some sudden idea, or pressed to action by his tumultuous thoughts. He snatched up a lantern and strode silently off across the grass and to the shrubbery once more. I followed him. I think his idea was that he might surprise anyone who lurked there. He surprised himself and all of us. For right at the margin, he tripped and fell flat. I ran to him. He had fallen over the body of Denby, which lay there. Denby had not been there a few moments before, and how he came to be there now we dared not conjecture. Mr. Eltham joined us, uttered one short, dry sob, and dropped onto his knees. Then we were carrying Denby back to the house, with a mastiff howling a marque funèbre. We laid him on the grass where it sloped down from the terrace. Nayland Smith's haggard face was terrible, but the stark horror of the thing inspired him to that which, conceived earlier, had saved Denby. Twisting suddenly to Eltham, he roared in a voice audible beyond the river. "Heavens! We are fools! Lose the dog!" "But the dog," I began. Smith clapped his hand over my mouth. "I know he's crippled," he whispered. "But if anything human lurks there, the dog will lead us to it. If a man is there, he will fly. Why did we not think of it before? Fools, fools!" He raised his voice again. "Keep him on leash, Edwards. He will lead us." The scheme succeeded. Edwards had barely started on his errand when bells began ringing inside the house. "Wait!" snapped Eltham and rushed indoors. A moment later he was out again, his eyes gleaming madly. "Above the moat," he panted. And we were off en masse around the edge of the trees. It was dark above the moat, but not so dark as to prevent our seeing a narrow ladder of thin bamboo joints and silken cord hanging by two hooks from the top of the 12-foot wire fence. There was no sound. "He's out!" screamed Eltham. "Down the steps!" We all ran our best and swiftest, but Eltham outran us. Like a fury, he tore at bolts and bars and like a fury sprang out into the road. Straight and white it showed the activity by the Roman ruin. But no living thing moved upon it. The distant baying of the dog was borne to our ears. "Curse it! He's crippled," hissed Smith. Without him, we might as well pursue a shadow. A few hours later, the shrubbery yielded up its secret, a simple one enough. A big cask sunk in a pit, with a laurel shrub cunningly affixed to its movable lid, which was further disguised with tufts of grass. A slender bamboo-jointed rod lay near the fence. It had a hook on the top and was evidently used for attaching the ladder. "It was the end of this ladder which Miss Eltham saw," said Smith, as he trailed it behind him into the shrubbery when she interrupted him in her father's room. He and whomever he had with him doubtless slipped in during the daytime, while Eltham was absent in London, bringing the prepared cask and all necessary implements with them. They concealed themselves somewhere, probably in the shrubbery, and during the night made the cache. The excavated earth would be disposed of on the flower beds. The dummy bush they probably had ready. You see, the problem of getting in was never a big one. But owing to the defenses, it was impossible, while Eltham was in residence at any rate, to get out after dark. For Fu Manchu's purposes, then, a working base inside Redmoat was essential. His servant, for he needed assistance, must have been in hiding somewhere outside. Heaven knows where. During the day they could come or go by the gates, as we have already noted. You think it was the doctor himself? It seems possible. Who else has eyes like the eyes Miss Eltham saw from the window last night? Then remains to tell the nature of the outrage whereby Fu Manchu had planned to prevent Eltham's leaving England for China. This we learned from Denby. For Denby was not dead. It was easy to divine that he had stumbled upon the fiendish visitor at the very entrance to his burrow. He had been stunned, judging from the evidence, with a sandbag, and dragged down into the cache, to which he must have lain in such dangerous proximity as to render detection of the dummy bush possible in removing him. The quickest expedient, then, had been to draw him beneath. When the search of the shrubbery was concluded, his body had been borne to the edge of the bushes and laid where we found it. Why his life had been spared, I cannot conjecture, but provision had been made against his recovering consciousness and revealing the secret of the shrubbery. The ruse of releasing the mastiff alone had terminated the visit of the unbidden guest within Redmoat. Denby made a very slow recovery, and even when convalescent, consciously added not one fact to those we already had collated. His memory had completely deserted him. This, in my opinion, as in those of the several specialists consulted, was due not to the blow on the head, but to the presence, slightly below and to the right of the first cervical curve of the spine, of a minute puncture, undoubtedly caused by a hypodermic syringe. Then, unconsciously, poor Denby furnished the last link in the chain. For undoubtedly, by means of this operation, Fu Manchu had designed to efface from Eltham's mind his plans of return to Honan. The nature of the fluid which could produce such mental symptoms was a mystery which defied Western science, one of the many strange secrets of Dr. Fu Manchu. Chapter 10. Since Nayland Smith's return from Burma, I had rarely picked up a paper without seeing evidence of the unrest that had brought forth Dr. Fu Manchu. Whether such items had previously escaped my attention, seemed unimportant, or were now simply more numerous, I couldn't say. One evening, some time after our stay in Norfolk, I was looking through a number of papers I'd brought in with me. I chanced upon no fewer than 4 news items directly related to the grim business that occupied my friend and me. No white man, I honestly believe, truly appreciates the unemotional cruelty of the Chinese. Throughout Dr. Fu Manchu's time in England, the press maintained a uniform silence about his existence. This was due to Nayland Smith. But, as a result, I feel assured that my account of the Chinaman's deeds will, in many quarters, meet with an incredulous reception. Earlier that evening, I had been working on the opening chapters of this chronicle. I realized how difficult it would be for my reader, in their secure and cozy surroundings, to believe that any human being could possess the callous villainy great enough to conceive and execute such a death pest as that directed against Sir Crichton Davey. One would expect God's worst man to shrink from employing, against however vile an enemy, such an instrument as the Zayat kiss. As I considered this, my eye was caught by the following. Express Correspondent, New York. Secret Service men of the United States government are searching the South Sea Islands for a certain Hawaiian from the island of Maui, who, it is believed, has been selling poisonous scorpions to Chinese in Honolulu anxious to get rid of their children. Infanticide by scorpion and otherwise among the Chinese has increased so terribly that the authorities have started a searching inquiry, which has led to the hunt for the scorpion dealer of Maui. Practically all the babies that die mysteriously are unwanted girls, and in nearly every case the parents promptly ascribe the death to the bite of a scorpion and are ready to produce some more or less poisonous insect in support of the statement. The authorities have no doubt that infanticide by scorpion bite is a growing practice, and orders have been given to hunt down the scorpion dealer at any cost. Is it any wonder that such people had produced a Fu Manchu? I pasted the cutting into a scrapbook, determined that, if I lived to publish my account of those days, I would quote it therein as casting a sidelight upon Chinese characters. A Reuter message to the Globe and a paragraph in the Star also furnished work for my scissors. Here was evidence of the deep-seated unrest, the secret turmoil, which manifested itself so far from its center as peaceful England, in the person of the sinister doctor. Hong Kong, Friday. Li Han Hung, the Chinaman who fired at the governor yesterday, was charged before the magistrate with shooting at him with intent to kill, which is equivalent to attempted murder. The prisoner, who was not defended, pleaded guilty. The assistant crown solicitor, who prosecuted, asked for a remand until Monday, which was granted. Snapshots taken by the spectators of the outrage yesterday disclosed the presence of an accomplice, also armed with a revolver. It is reported that this man, who was arrested last night, was in possession of incriminating documentary evidence. Later, examination of the documents found on Li Hanheng's accomplice has disclosed the fact that both men were well financed by the Canton Triad Society, the directors of which had enjoined the assassination of Sir F.M. or Mr. C.S., the colonial secretary. In a report prepared by the accomplice for dispatch to Canton, also found on his person, he expressed regret that the attempt had failed. Reuters. It is officially reported in St. Petersburg that a force of Chinese soldiers and villagers surrounded the house of a Russian subject named Said Effendi, near Khotan, in Chinese Turkestan. They fired at the house and set it on fire. There were in the house about 100 Russians, many of whom were killed. The Russian government has instructed its minister at Peking to make the most vigorous representations on the subject. Reuters. Finally, in a personal column, I found the following: HONAN. Have abandoned visit.eltham. I had just pasted it into my book when Nayland Smith came in and threw himself into an armchair, facing me across the table. I showed him the cutting. I am glad, for Eltham's sake and for the girls, was his comment. But it marks another victory for Fu Manchu. Just heaven! Why is retribution delayed? Smith's darkly tanned face had grown leaner than ever since he had begun his fight with the most uncanny opponent, I suppose, against whom a man had ever pitted himself. He stood up and began restlessly to pace the room, furiously stuffing tobacco into his briar. I have seen Sir Lionel Barton, he said abruptly. And to put the whole thing in a nutshell, he has laughed at me. During the months that I have been wondering where he had gone to, he has been somewhere in Egypt. He certainly bears a charmed life, for on the evidence of his letter to the Times, he has seen things in Tibet which Fu Manchu would have the West blind to. In fact, I think he has found a new keyhole to the gate of the Indian Empire. Long ago we had placed the name of Sir Lionel Barton upon the list of those whose lives stood between Fu Manchu and the attainment of his end. Orientalist and explorer, the fearless traveler who first had penetrated to Lhasa, who thrice, as a pilgrim, had entered forbidden Mecca, he now had turned his attention again to Tibet, thereby signing his own death warrant. That he has reached England alive is a hopeful sign? I suggested. Smith shook his head and lighted the blackened briar. England at present is the web, he replied. The spider will be waiting. Petrie, I sometimes despair. Sir Lionel is an impossible man to shepherd. You ought to see his house at Finchley. A low, squat place completely hemmed in by trees. Damp as a swamp. Smells like a jungle. Everything topsy-turvy. He only arrived today, and he is working and eating and sleeping, I expect, in a study that looks like an earthquake at Sotheby's auction rooms. The rest of the house is half a menagerie and half a circus. He has a Bedouin groom, a Chinese body servant, and heaven only knows what other strange people. Chinese. Yes, I saw him, a squinting Cantonese he calls Kui. I don't like him. Also, there is a secretary known as Strazza, who has an unpleasant face. He is a fine linguist, I understand, and is engaged upon the Spanish notes for Barton's forthcoming book on the Mayapan temples. By the way, all Sir Lionel's baggage disappeared from the landing stage, including his Tibetan notes. Significant. Of course. But he argues that he has crossed Tibet from the Kunlun to the Himalayas without being assassinated, and therefore that it is unlikely he will meet with that fate in London. I left him dictating the book from memory, at the rate of about 200 words a minute. He is wasting no time. Wasting time. In addition to the Yucatan book and the work on Tibet, he has to read a paper at the Institute next week about some tomb he has unearthed in Egypt. As I came away, a van drove up from the docks and a couple of fellows delivered a sarcophagus as big as a boat. It is unique, according to Sir Lionel, and will go to the British Museum after he has examined it. The man crams 6 months' work into 6 weeks. Then he is off again. What do you propose to do? What can I do? I know that Fu Manchu will make an attempt on him. I cannot doubt it. That house gave me the shudders. No sunlight, I'll swear, Petrie, can ever penetrate the rooms. And when I arrived this afternoon, clouds of gnats floated like motes wherever a stray beam filtered through the trees of the avenue. There's a steamy smell about the place that is almost malarious, and the whole of the west front is covered with a sort of monkey creeper, which he has imported at some time or other. It has a close, exotic perfume that is quite in the picture. I tell you, the place was made for murder. Have you taken any precautions? I called at Scotland Yard and sent a man down to watch the house, but... He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. What is Sir Lionel like? A madman, Petrie. A tall, massive man, wearing a dirty dressing gown of neutral color. A man with untidy gray hair and a bristling mustache, keen blue eyes, and brown skin, who wears a short beard or rarely shaves, I don't know which. I left him striding about among the 1,001 curiosities of that incredible room, picking his way through his antique furniture, works of reference, manuscripts, mummies, spears, pottery, and what not, sometimes kicking a book from his path, or stumbling over a stuffed crocodile or a Mexican mask, alternately dictating and conversing. Phew! For some time we were silent. Smith, I said, we are making no headway in this business. With all the forces arrayed against him, Fu Manchu still eludes us, still pursues his devilish, inscrutable way. Nayland. Smith nodded. And we don't know it all, he said. We mark such and such a man as one alive to the yellow peril, and we warn him if we have time. Perhaps he escapes. Perhaps he does not. But what do we know, Petrie, of those others who may die every week by his murderous agency? We cannot know everyone who has read The Riddle of China. I never see a report of someone found drowned, of an apparent suicide, of a sudden, though seemingly natural death, without wondering. I tell you, Fu Manchu is omnipresent. His tentacles embrace everything. I said that Sir Lionel must bear a charmed life. The fact that we are alive is a miracle. He glanced at his watch. Nearly 11, he said. But sleep seems a waste of time, apart from its dangers. We heard a bell ring. A few moments later, a knock followed at the room door. Come in, I cried. A girl entered with a telegram addressed to Smith. His jaw looked very square in the lamplight, and his eyes shone like steel as he took it from her and opened the envelope. He glanced at the form, stood up, and passed it to me, reaching for his hat, which lay upon my writing table. God help us, Petrie, he said. This was the message. Sir Lionel Barton murdered. Meet me at his house at once. Weymouth, Inspector. Chapter 11. Although we avoided all unnecessary delay, it was close to midnight when our cab swung around into a darkly shadowed avenue. At the farther end, as seen through a tunnel, the moonlight glittered upon the windows of Rowan House, Sir Lionel Barton's home. Stepping out before the porch of the long, squat building, I saw that it was banked in, as Smith had said, by trees and shrubs. The facade was mantled in the strange exotic creeper he had mentioned, and the air was pungent with an odor of decaying vegetation, mingled with the heavy perfume of the little nocturnal red flowers which bloomed luxuriantly upon the creeper. The place looked like a veritable wilderness. When Inspector Weymouth admitted us to the hall, I saw that the interior matched the exterior. The hall was constructed from the model of some apartment in an Assyrian temple, and the squat columns, the low seats, the hangings, all were eloquent of neglect, being thickly dust-coated. The musty smell, too, was almost as pronounced here as outside, beneath the trees. To a library, whose contents overflowed in many literary torrents upon the floor, the detective conducted us. Good heavens! I cried. What's that? Something leaped from the top of the bookcase, ambled silently across the littered carpet, and passed from the library like a golden streak. I stood looking after it with startled eyes. Inspector Weymouth laughed dryly. "It's a young puma or a civet cat or something, Doctor," he said. "This house is full of surprises and mysteries." His voice was not quite steady, I thought, and he carefully closed the door before proceeding further. "Where is he?" asked Nayland Smith harshly. "How was it done?" Weymouth sat down and lit a cigar which I offered him. "I thought you would like to hear what led up to it, so far as we know, before seeing him?" Smith nodded. "Well," continued the inspector, "the man you arranged to send down from the yard got here all right and took up a post in the road outside, where he could command a good view of the gates. He saw and heard nothing until going on for 10:30, when a young lady turned up and went in. A young lady. Miss Edmonds, Sir Lionel's shorthand typist. She had found, after getting home, that her bag with her purse in it was missing, and she came back to see if she had left it here. She gave the alarm. My man heard the row from the road and came in. Then he ran out and rang us up. I immediately wired it to you." "He heard the row, you say? What row?" "Miss Edmonds went into violent hysterics." Smith was pacing the room now in tense excitement. "Describe what he saw when he came in." "He saw a Negro footman, there isn't an Englishman in the house, trying to pacify the girl out in the hall yonder, and a Malay and another colored man beating their foreheads and howling. There was no sense to be gotten out of any of them, so he started to investigate for himself. He had taken the bearings of the place earlier in the evening, and from the light in a window on the ground floor had located the study, so he set out to look for the door. When he found it, it was locked from the inside. Well, he went out and around to the window. There's no blind, and from the shrubbery you can see into the lumber room known as the study. He looked in, as apparently Miss Edmonds had done before him. What he saw accounted for her hysterics. Both Smith and I were hanging upon his words. All amongst the rubbish on the floor, a big Egyptian mummy case was lying on its side, and face downwards, with his arms thrown across it, lay Sir Lionel Barton. My God! Yes. Go on. There was only a shaded reading lamp alight, and it stood on a chair, shining right down on him. It made a patch of light on the floor, you understand. The inspector indicated its extent with his hands. Well, as the man smashed the glass and got the window open and was just climbing in, he saw something else, so he says. He paused. What did he see? Demanded Smith shortly. A sort of green mist, sir. He says it seemed to be alive. It moved over the floor about a foot from the ground, going away from him and towards a curtain at the other end of the study. Nayland Smith fixed his eyes upon the speaker. Where did he first see this green mist? He says, Mr. Smith, that he thinks it came from the mummy case. Yes, go on. It is to his credit that he climbed into the room after seeing a thing like that. He did. He turned the body over, and Sir Lionel looked horrible. He was quite dead. Then Croxted, that's the man's name, went over to this curtain. There was a glass door shut. He opened it, and it gave way to a conservatory, a place stacked from the tiled floor to the glass roof with more rubbish. It was dark inside, but enough light came from the study. It's really a drawing room, by the way, as he turned all the lamps on, to give him another glimpse of this green crawling mist. There are 3 steps to go down. On the steps lay a dead Chinaman. A dead Chinaman. A dead Chinaman. Doctor, have you seen them? Rapped Smith. Yes, a local man. He was out of his depth, I could see. Contradicted himself 3 times. But there's no need for another opinion, until we get the coroner's. And Croxted. Croxted was taken ill, Mr. Smith, and had to be sent home in a cab. What ails him? Detective Inspector Weymouth raised his eyebrows and carefully knocked the ash from his cigar. He held out until I came, gave me the story, and then fainted right away. He said that something in the conservatory seemed to get him by the throat. Did he mean that literally? I couldn't say. We had to send the girl home too, of course. Nayland Smith was pulling thoughtfully at the lobe of his left ear. Got any theory? He jerked. Weymouth shrugged his shoulders. Not one that includes the green mist, he said. Shall we go in now? We crossed the Assyrian Hall, where the members of that strange household were gathered in a panic-stricken group. They numbered 4. 2 of them were Negroes, and 2 Easterns of some kind. I missed the Chinaman, Qui, of whom Smith had spoken, and the Italian secretary, and from the way in which my friend peered about the shadows of the hall, I divined that he, too, wondered at their absence. We entered Sir Lionel's study, an apartment which I despair of describing. Nayland Smith's words, "an earthquake at Sotheby's auction rooms," leaped to my mind at once. For the place was simply stacked with curious litter, loot of Africa, Mexico, and Persia. In a clearing by the hearth, a gas stove stood upon a packing case, and about it lay a number of utensils for camp cookery. The odor of rotting vegetation, mingled with the insistent perfume of the strange night-blooming flowers, was borne in through the open window. In the center of the floor, beside an overturned sarcophagus, lay a figure in a neutral-colored dressing gown, face downwards, with arms thrust forward and over the side of the ancient Egyptian mummy case. My friend advanced and knelt beside the dead man. Good God! Smith sprang upright and turned with an extraordinary expression to Inspector Weymouth. "You do not know Sir Lionel Barton by sight?" he rapped. "No," began Weymouth, "but—" "This is not Sir Lionel. This is Strazza, the secretary." "What?" shouted Weymouth. "Where is the other, the Chinaman, quick?" cried Smith. "I have had him left where he was found, on the conservatory steps," said the inspector. Smith ran across the room to where, beyond the open door, a glimpse might be obtained of stacked-up curiosities. Holding back the curtain to allow more light to penetrate, he bent forward over a crumpled-up figure which lay upon the steps below. "It is," he cried aloud. "It is Sir Lionel's servant, Qui." Weymouth and I looked at one another across the body of the Italian. Then our eyes turned together to where my friend, grim-faced, stood over the dead Chinaman. A breeze whispered through the leaves. A great wave of exotic perfume swept from the open window towards the curtained doorway. It was a breath of the east, that stretched out a yellow hand to the west. It was symbolic of the subtle, intangible power manifested in Dr. Fu Manchu, as Nayland Smith, lean, agile, bronzed with the suns of Burma, was symbolic of the clean British efficiency which sought to combat the insidious enemy. "One thing is evident," said Smith. "No one in the house Strazza expected knew that Sir Lionel was absent." "How do you arrive at that?" asked Weymouth. "The servants in the hall are bewailing him as dead. If they had seen him go out, they would know that it must be someone else who lies here." "What about the Chinaman?" "Since there is no other means of entrance to the conservatory save through the study, Qui must have hidden himself there at some time when his master was absent from the room. Croxted found the communicating door closed." "What killed the Chinaman?" "Both Miss Edmonds and Croxted found the study door locked from the inside." "What killed Strazza?" retorted Smith. "You will have noted," continued the inspector, "that the secretary is wearing Sir Lionel's dressing gown. It was seeing him in that, as she looked in the window, which led Miss Edmonds to mistake him for her employer, and consequently to put us on the wrong scent. He wore it in order that anybody looking in at the window would be sure to make that mistake," rapped Smith. "Why?" I asked. "Because he came here for a felonious purpose. See." Smith stooped and took up several tools from the litter on the floor. "There lies the lid. He came to open the sarcophagus. It contained the mummy of some notable person who flourished under Meneptah II, and Sir Lionel told me that a number of valuable ornaments and jewels probably were secreted amongst the wrappings. He proposed to open the thing and to submit the entire contents to examination tonight. He evidently changed his mind. Fortunately for himself. I ran my fingers through my hair in perplexity. Then what has become of the mummy? Nayland Smith laughed dryly. It has vanished in the form of a green vapor apparently, he said. Look at Stratz's face. He turned the body over, and used as I was to such spectacles, the contorted features of the Italian filled me with horror. So suggestive they were of a death more than ordinarily violent. I pulled aside the dressing gown and searched the body for marks, but failed to find any. Nayland Smith crossed the room, and assisted by the detective, carried Qui, the Chinaman, into the study and laid him fully in the light. His puckered yellow face presented a sight even more awful than the other, and his blue lips were drawn back, exposing both upper and lower teeth. There were no marks of violence, but his limbs, like Stratz's, had been tortured during his mortal struggles into unnatural postures. The breeze was growing higher, and pungent odor waves from the damp shrubbery, bearing, too, the oppressive sweetness of the creeping plant, swept constantly through the open window. Inspector Weymouth carefully relighted his cigar. "I'm with you this far, Mr. Smith," he said. Strazza, knowing Sir Lionel was absent, locked himself in here to rifle the mummy case, for Croxted, entering by way of the window, found the key on the inside. Strazza didn't know that the Chinaman was hidden in the conservatory. And Qui did not dare to show himself, because he too was there for some mysterious reason of his own, interrupted Smith. Having got the lid off somebody. Suppose we say mummy? Weymouth laughed uneasily. Well, sir, something that vanished from a locked room without opening the door or the window killed Strazza. And something which, having killed Strazza, next killed the Chinaman, apparently without troubling to open the door behind which he lay concealed, Smith continued. For once in a way, Inspector, Dr. Fu Manchu has employed an ally which even his giant will was incapable entirely to subjugate. What blind force, what terrific agent of death, had he confined in that sarcophagus? You think this is the work of Fu Manchu? I said. If you are correct, his power indeed is more than human. Something in my voice, I suppose, brought Smith right about. He surveyed me curiously. Can you doubt it? The presence of a concealed Chinaman surely is sufficient. Qui, I feel assured, was one of the murder group, though probably he had only recently entered that mysterious service. He is unarmed, or I should feel disposed to think that his part was to assassinate Sir Lionel whilst, unsuspecting the presence of a hidden enemy, he was at work here. Strazza's opening the sarcophagus clearly spoiled the scheme, and led to the death of a servant of Fu Manchu. Yes. I am at a loss to account for that. Do you think that the sarcophagus entered into the scheme, Smith? My friend looked at me in evident perplexity. You mean that its arrival at the time when a creature of the Doctor, Qui, was concealed here, may have been a coincidence? I nodded, and Smith bent over the sarcophagus, curiously examining the garish paintings with which it was decorated inside and out. It lay sideways upon the floor, and seizing it by its edge, he turned it over. Heavy, he muttered. But Strazza must have capsized it as he fell. He would not have laid it on its side to remove the lid. Hullo! He bent farther forward, catching at a piece of twine, and out of the mummy case pulled a rubber stopper or cork. This was stuck in a hole level with the floor of the thing, he said. Ugh! It has a disgusting smell. I took it from his hands and was about to examine it, when a loud voice sounded outside in the hall. The door was thrown open, and a big man who, despite the warmth of the weather, wore a fur-lined overcoat, rushed impetuously into the room. "Sir Lionel!" cried Smith eagerly. "I warned you. And see, you have had a very narrow escape." Sir Lionel Barton glanced at what lay upon the floor, then from Smith to myself, and from me to Inspector Weymouth. He dropped into one of the few chairs unstacked with books. "Mr. Smith," he said with emotion, "what does this mean? Tell me, quickly." In brief terms, Smith detailed the happenings of the night, or so much as he knew of them. Sir Lionel Barton listened, sitting quite still the while, an unusual repose in a man of such evidently tremendous nervous activity. "He came for the jewels," he said slowly when Smith was finished, and his eyes turned to the body of the dead Italian. "I was wrong to submit him to temptation. God knows what Qui was doing in hiding. Perhaps he had come to murder me, as you surmise, Mr. Smith, though I find it hard to believe. But I don't think this is the handiwork of your Chinese doctor." He fixed his gaze upon the sarcophagus. Smith stared at him in surprise. "What do you mean, Sir Lionel?" The famous traveler continued to look towards the sarcophagus with something in his blue eyes that might have been dread. "I received a wire from Professor Rembold tonight," he continued. "You were correct in supposing that no one but Strazza knew of my absence. I dressed hurriedly and met the professor at the Traveller's. He knew that I was to read a paper next week upon." Again he looked toward the mummy case, the tomb of Meckera, and he knew that the sarcophagus had been brought untouched to England. "He begged me not to open it." Nayland Smith was studying the speaker's face. "What reason did he give for such an extraordinary request?" he asked. Sir Lionel Barton hesitated. "One," he replied at last, "which amused me at the time. I must inform you that Meckera, whose tomb my agent had discovered during my absence in Tibet, and to enter which I broke my return journey to Alexandria, was a high priest and first prophet of Amen, under the Pharaoh of the Exodus. In short, one of the magicians who contested in magic arts with Moses. I thought the discovery unique, until Professor Rembold furnished me with some curious particulars respecting the death of M. Page Leroy, the French Egyptologist, particulars new to me. We listened in growing surprise, scarcely knowing what this tended. M. Leroy, continued Barton, discovered, but kept secret, the tomb of Amenti, another of this particular brotherhood. It appears that he opened the mummy case on the spot. These priests were of royal line, and are buried in the valley of Biban le Malouk. His fellah and Arab servants deserted him for some reason, on seeing the mummy case, and he was found dead, apparently strangled, beside it. The matter was hushed up by the Egyptian government. Rembold could not explain why, but he begged me not to open the sarcophagus of Meckera. A silence fell. The strange facts regarding the sudden death of Page Leroy, which I now heard for the first time, had impressed me unpleasantly, coming from a man of Sir Lionel Barton's experience and reputation. "How long had it lain in the docks?" jerked Smith. "For 2 days, I believe. I am not a superstitious man, Mr. Smith, but neither is Professor Rembold, and now that I know the facts respecting Page Leroy, I can find it in my heart to thank God that I did not see whatever came out of that sarcophagus." Nayland Smith stared him hard in the face. "I am glad you did not, Sir Lionel," he said. "For whatever the priest Meckera has to do with the matter, by means of his sarcophagus, Dr. Fu Manchu has made his first attempt upon your life. He has failed, but I hope you will accompany me from here to a hotel. He will not fail twice." Chapter 12. It was the night following the double tragedy at Rowan House. Nayland Smith, with Inspector Weymouth, was engaged in some mysterious inquiry at the docks, and I had remained at home to resume my strange chronicle. And, I must confess, my memories had frightened me. I was arranging my notes about the case of Sir Lionel Barton. They were hopelessly incomplete. For instance, I had jotted down the following questions. 1. Did any true parallel exist between the death of Monsieur Page Leroy and the deaths of Qui, the Chinaman, and of Strazza? 2. What had become of the mummy of Meckera? 3. How had the murderer escaped from a locked room? 4. What was the purpose of the rubber stopper? 5. Why was Qui hiding in the conservatory? And 6. Was the green mist a mere subjective hallucination, a figment of Croxted's imagination, or had he actually seen it? Until these questions were satisfactorily answered, further progress was impossible. Nayland Smith frankly admitted that he was out of his depth. It looks, on the face of it, more like a case for the psychical research people than for a plain civil servant, lately of Mandalay, he had said only that morning. Sir Lionel Barton really believes that supernatural agencies were brought into operation by the opening of the High Priest's coffin. For my part, even if I believed the same, I should still maintain that Dr. Fu Manchu controlled those manifestations. But reason it out for yourself and see if we arrive at any common center. Don't work so much upon the idea of the green mist, but keep to the facts which are established. I began to knock out my pipe in the ashtray, then paused, pipe in hand. The house was quite still, for my landlady and all the small household were out. Above the noise of the passing tramcar, I thought I had heard the hall door open. In the ensuing silence, I sat and listened. Not a sound. Stay. I slipped my hand into the table drawer, took out my revolver, and stood up. There was a sound. Someone or something was creeping upstairs in the dark. Familiar with the ghastly methods employed by the Chinaman, I was seized with an impulse to leap to the door, shut and lock it. But the rustling sound now proceeded from immediately outside my partially opened door. I had not the time to close it. Knowing somewhat of the horrors at the command of Fu Manchu, I had not the courage to open it. My heart leaping wildly, and my eyes upon that bar of darkness with its gruesome potentialities, I waited for whatever was to come. Perhaps 12 seconds passed in silence. "Who's there?" I cried. "Answer or I fire." "Ah, no," came a soft voice, thrillingly musical. "Put it down, that pistol. Quick. I must speak to you." The door was pushed open, and there entered a slim figure wrapped in a hooded cloak. My hand fell, and I stood, struck silent, looking into the beautiful dark eyes of Dr. Fu Manchu's messenger, or, if her own statement could be credited, his slave. On 2 occasions this girl, whose association with the doctor was one of the most profound mysteries of the case, had risked, I cannot say what, unnameable punishment, perhaps, to save me from death, and in both cases from a terrible death. For what was she coming now? Her lips slightly parted, she stood, holding her cloak about her, and watching me with great passionate eyes. "How," I began, but she shook her head impatiently. "He has a duplicate key of the house door," was her amazing statement. "I have never betrayed a secret of my master before, but you must arrange to replace the lock." She came forward and rested her slim hands confidingly upon my shoulders. "I have come again to ask you to take me away from him," she said simply. And she lifted her face to me. Her words struck a chord in my heart which sang with strange music, with music so barbaric that, frankly, I blushed to find it in harmony. Have I said that she was beautiful? It can convey no faint conception of her. With her pure, fair skin, eyes like the velvet darkness of the East, and red lips so tremulously near to mine, she was the most seductively lovely creature I had ever looked upon. In that electric moment, my heart went out in sympathy to every man who had bartered honor, country, all for a woman's kiss. "I will see that you are placed under proper protection," I said firmly, but my voice was not quite my own. "It is quite absurd to talk of slavery here in England. You are a free agent, or you could not be here now. Dr. Fu Manchu cannot control your actions." "Ah," she cried, casting back her head scornfully, and releasing a cloud of hair, through whose softness gleamed a jeweled headdress. "No, he cannot. Do you know what it means to have been a slave? Here in your free England, do you know what it means, the razzia, the desert journey, the whips of the drivers, the house of the dealer, the shame? Bah!" How beautiful she was in her indignation. Slavery is put down, you imagine, perhaps? You do not believe that today, 25 English sovereigns will buy a gala girl who is brown and, she whispered, 250 Circassians who is white. No, there is no slavery. So, then what am I? She threw open her cloak, and it is a literal fact that I rubbed my eyes, half believing that I dreamed. For beneath, she was arrayed in gossamer silk which more than indicated the perfect lines of her slim shape, wore a jeweled girdle and barbaric ornaments, was a figure fit for the walled gardens of Stamboul, a figure amazing, incomprehensible, in the prosaic setting of my rooms. Tonight I had no time to make myself an English miss, she said, wrapping her cloak quickly about her. You see me as I am. Her garments exhaled a faint perfume, and it reminded me of another meeting I had had with her. I looked into her challenging eyes. Your request is but a pretense, I said. Why do you keep the secrets of that man, when they mean death to so many? Death? I have seen my own sister die of fever in the desert. Seen her thrown like a carrion into a hole in the sand. I have seen men flogged until they prayed for death as a boon. I have known the lash myself. Death. What does it matter? She shocked me inexpressibly. Enveloped in her cloak again, and with only her slight accent to betray her, it was dreadful to hear such words from a girl who, save for her singular type of beauty, might have been a cultured European. Prove, then, that you really wish to leave this man's service. Tell me what killed Strazza and the Chinaman, I said. She shrugged her shoulders. I do not know that. But if you will carry me off, she clutched me nervously, so that I am helpless, lock me up so that I cannot escape, beat me if you like, I will tell you all I do know. While he is my master, I will never betray him. Tear me from him. By force, do you understand, by force, and my lips will be sealed no longer. Ah, but you do not understand, with your proper authorities, your police. Police. Ah, I have said enough. A clock across the common began to strike. The girl started and laid her hands upon my shoulders again. There were tears glittering among her curved black lashes. You do not understand, she whispered. Oh, will you never understand and release me from him? I must go. Already I have remained too long. Listen. Go out without delay. Remain out, at a hotel wherever you will, but do not stay here. And Nayland Smith? What is he to me, this Nayland Smith? Ah, why will you not unseal my lips? You are in danger. You hear me, in danger. Go away from here tonight. She dropped her hands and ran from the room. In the open doorway she turned, stamping her foot passionately. You have hands and arms, she cried, and yet you let me go. Be warned, then, fly from here. She broke off with something that sounded like a sob. I made no move to stay here. This beautiful accomplice of the arch-murderer Fu Manchu. I heard her light footsteps pattering down the stairs. I heard her open and close the door of which Dr. Fu Manchu held the key. Still, I stood where she had parted from me, and was standing when a key grated in the lock and Nayland Smith came running up. Did you see her? I began. But his face showed that he had not, and rapidly I told him of my strange visitor, of her words, of her warning. How can she have passed through London in that costume? I cried in bewilderment. Where can she have come from? Smith shrugged his shoulders and began to stuff broad-cut tobacco into the familiar cracked briar. She might have traveled in a car or in a cab, he said. And undoubtedly she came directly from the house of Dr. Fu Manchu. You should have detained her, Petrie. It is the third time we have had that woman in our power. The third time we have let her go free. Smith, I replied, I couldn't. She came of her own free will to give me a warning. She disarms me. Because you can see she is in love with you, he suggested, and burst into one of his rare laughs when the angry flush rose to my cheek. She is, Petrie. Why pretend to be blind to it? You don't know the Oriental mind as I do, but I quite understand the girl's position. She fears the English authorities, but would submit to capture by you. If you would only seize her by the hair, drag her to some cellar, hurl her down and stand over her with a whip, she would tell you everything she knows, and salve her strange Eastern conscience with the reflection that speech was forced from her. I am not joking. It is so, I assure you. And she would adore you for your savagery, deeming you forceful and strong. Smith, I said, be serious. You know what her warning meant before. I can guess what it means now, he snapped. Hello. Someone was furiously ringing the bell. No one at home, said my friend. I will go. I think I know what it is. A few minutes later he returned, carrying a large square package. From Weymouth, he explained, by district messenger. I left him behind at the docks, and he arranged to forward any evidence which he subsequently found. These will be fragments of the mummy. What? You think the mummy was stolen? Yes, at the docks. I am sure of it. And somebody else was in the sarcophagus when it reached Rowan House. A sarcophagus, I find, is practically airtight, so that the use of the rubber stopper becomes evident, for ventilation. How this person killed Strazza I have yet to learn. Also, how he escaped from a locked room. And what about the green mist? Nayland Smith spread his hands in a characteristic gesture. The green mist, Petrie, can be explained in several ways. Remember, we have only one man's word that it existed. It is at best a confusing piece of information to which we must not attach an artificial importance. He threw the wrappings on the floor and tugged at a twine loop in the lid of the square box, which now stood upon the table. Suddenly the lid came away, bringing with it a lead lining, such as is usual in tea chests. This lining was partially attached to one side of the box, so removing the lid at once raised and tilted it. Then something singular happened. Out over the table billowed a sort of yellowish-green cloud, an oily vapor, and an inspiration, it was nothing less, born of a memory and of some words from my beautiful visitor, came to me. Run, Smith. I screamed. The door. The door for your life. Fu Manchu sent that box. I threw my arms around him. As he bent forward, the moving vapor rose almost to his nostrils. I dragged him back and all but pitched him out onto the landing. We entered my bedroom, and there, as I turned on the light, I saw that Smith's tanned face was unusually drawn and touched with pallor. It is a poisonous gas, I said hoarsely. In many respects identical with chlorine, but having unique properties which prove it to be something else. God and Fu Manchu alone know what. It is the fumes of chlorine that kill men in the bleaching powder works. We have been blind, I particularly. Don't you see? There was no one in the sarcophagus, Smith, but there was enough of that fearful stuff to have suffocated a regiment. Smith clenched his fists convulsively. My God, he said. How can I hope to deal with the author of such a scheme? I see the whole plan. He did not reckon on the mummy case being overturned, and Quee's part was to remove the plug with the aid of the string, after Sir Lionel had been suffocated. The gas I take is heavier than air. Chlorine gas has a specific gravity of 2.470, I said, 2.5 times heavier than air. You can pour it from jar to jar like a liquid, if you are wearing a chemist's mask. In these respects, this stuff appears to be similar. The points of difference would not interest you. The sarcophagus would have emptied through the vent, and the gas dispersed with no clue remaining except the smell. I did smell it, Petrie, on the stopper, but of course was unfamiliar with it. You may remember that you were prevented from doing so by the arrival of Sir Lionel? The scent of those infernal flowers must partially have drowned it too. Poor, misguided Strazza inhaled the stuff, capsized the case in his fall, and all the gas. went pouring under the conservatory door, and down the steps, where Qui was crouching. Crockstead's breaking the window created sufficient draught to disperse what little remained. It will have settled on the floor now. I will go and open both windows. Nayland raised his haggard face. He evidently made more than was necessary to dispatch Sir Lionel Barton, he said. And contemptuously, you note the attitude, Petrie? Contemptuously devoted the surplus to me. His contempt is justified. I am a child striving to cope with a mental giant. It is by no wit of mine that Dr. Fu Manchu scores a double failure. Chapter 13. I will tell you now of a strange dream I dreamed, and of the stranger things to which I awakened. Since this vision burst into my mind out of a blank, a void, I cannot do better than relate it without preamble. It was thus. I dreamed that I lay writhing on the floor in indescribable agony. My veins were filled with liquid fire, and had it not been for the Stygian darkness around me, I told myself that I must have seen the smoke rising from my burning body. This, I thought, was death. Then a cooling shower descended upon me, soaking through skin and tissue to my tortured arteries and quenching the fire within. Panting, but free from pain, I lay exhausted. As strength gradually returned, I tried to rise. But the carpet felt singularly soft, offering no foothold. I waded and plunged like a swimmer treading water, and all about me rose impenetrable, almost palpable walls of darkness. I wondered why I couldn't see the windows. The horrible idea flashed through my mind. I had become blind. Somehow I got upon my feet and stood swaying dizzily. I became aware of a heavy perfume and recognized it as some kind of incense. Then a dim light was born at an immeasurable distance away. It grew steadily in brilliance, spreading like a bluish-red stain, like a liquid. It lapped up the darkness and spread throughout the room. But this was not my room, nor was it any room known to me. It was an apartment of such size that its dimensions filled me with an unprecedented awe, the awe of walled vastness. Its immense extent produced a sensation of sound. Its hugeness had a distinct note. Tapestries covered the four walls. No door was visible. These tapestries were magnificently figured with golden dragons, and as their serpentine bodies gleamed and shimmered in the increasing radiance, each dragon, I thought, intertwined its glittering coils more closely with those of another. The carpet was so rich that I stood knee-deep in its pile. And this, too, was fashioned all over with golden dragons, which seemed to glide about amid the shadows of the design, stealthily. At the farther end of the hall, for hall it was, a huge table with dragon's legs stood solitary amid the luxuriant carpet. It bore scintillating globes, tubes holding living organisms, and books of a size and in such bindings as I had never imagined, along with instruments unknown to Western science, a heterogeneous, quite indescribable litter that overflowed onto the floor, forming an amazing oasis in a dragon-haunted desert of carpet. A lamp hung above this table, suspended by golden chains from the ceiling, which was so lofty that, following the chains upward, my gaze lost itself in the purple shadows above. A man sat behind this table, in a chair piled high with dragon-covered cushions. The light from the swinging lamp fell fully upon one side of his face as he leaned forward amid the jumble of weird objects, leaving the other side in purplish shadow. From a plain brass bowl on the corner of the huge table, smoke writhed aloft and at times partially obscured that dreadful face. From the instant my eyes were drawn to the table and to the man who sat there, neither the incredible extent of the room nor the nightmare fashion of its mural decorations could reclaim my attention. I had eyes only for him, for it was Dr. Fu Manchu. Something of the delirium which had seemed to fill my veins with fire, to people the walls with dragons, and to plunge me knee-deep in the carpet, now left me. Those dreadful, filmed green eyes acted somewhat like a cold douche. Without removing my gaze from his still face, I knew that the walls no longer lived, but were merely draped in exquisite Chinese dragon tapestry. The rich carpet beneath my feet ceased to be a jungle and became a normal carpet, extraordinarily rich, but merely a carpet. But the sense of vastness nevertheless remained, with the uncomfortable knowledge that the things upon the table and overflowing about it were all, or nearly all, of a fashion strange to me. Then, almost instantaneously, the comparative sanity I had temporarily experienced began to slip from me again, for the smoke faintly penciled through the air, from the burning perfume on the table, grew in volume, thickened, and wafted towards me in a cloud of gray horror. It enveloped me clammily. Dimly, through its oily wreaths, I saw the immobile yellow face of Fu Manchu, and my stupefied brain acclaimed him a sorcerer, against whom unwittingly we had pitted our poor human wits. The green eyes showed filmy through the fog. An intense pain shot through my lower limbs, and catching my breath I looked down. As I did so, the points of the red slippers which I dreamed that I wore increased in length, curled sinuously upward, twined about my throat and choked the breath from my body. An interval came, and then a dawning like consciousness, but it was a false consciousness, since it brought with it the idea that my head lay softly pillowed and that a woman's hand caressed my throbbing forehead. Confusedly, as though in the remote past, I recalled a kiss, and the recollection thrilled me strangely. Dreamily content I lay, and a voice stole to my ears. "They are killing him. They are killing him. Oh, do you not understand?" In my dazed condition, I thought that it was I who had died, and that this musical girl voice was communicating to me the fact of my own dissolution. But I was conscious of no interest in the matter. For hours and hours I thought that soothing hand caressed me. I never once raised my heavy lids, until there came a resounding crash that seemed to set my very bones vibrating. A metallic, jangling crash, like the fall of heavy chains. I thought that then I half opened my eyes, and that in the dimness I had a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in gossamer silk, with arms covered with barbaric bangles and slim ankles surrounded by gold bands. The girl was gone even as I told myself that she was in a hurry, and that I, though a Christian, had been consigned by some error to the paradise of Mohammed. Then, a complete blank. My head throbbed madly. My brain seemed to be clogged, inert. And though my first feeble movement was followed by the rattle of a chain, some moments more elapsed before I realized that the chain was fastened to a steel collar, that the steel collar was clasped about my neck. I moaned weakly. "Smith," I muttered. "Where are you? Smith." Onto my knees I struggled, and the pain on the top of my skull grew all but insupportable. It was coming back to me now, how Nayland Smith and I had started for the hotel to warn Graham Guthrie. How, as we passed up the steps from the embankment and into Essex Street, we saw the big motor standing before the door of one of the offices. I could recall coming up level with the car, a modern limousine. But my mind retained no impression of our having passed it, only a vague memory of a rush of footsteps, a blow. Then my vision of the Hall of Dragons, and now this real awakening to a worse reality. Groping in the darkness, my hands touched a body that lay close beside me. My fingers sought and found the throat, sought and found the steel collar about it. "Smith," I groaned, and I shook the still form. "Smith, old man, speak to me. Smith." Could he be dead? Was this the end of his gallant fight with Dr. Fu Manchu and the murder group? If so, what did the future hold for me? What had I to face? He stirred beneath my trembling hands. "Thank God!" I muttered, and I cannot deny that my joy was tainted with selfishness. For, waking in that impenetrable darkness, and yet obsessed with the dream I had dreamed, I had known what fear meant, at the realization that alone, chained, I must face the dreadful Chinese doctor in the flesh. Smith began incoherent mutterings. "Sandbagged. Look out, Petrie. He has us at last. Oh, heavens!" He struggled onto his knees, clutching at my hand. "All right, old man," I said. We are both alive. So let's be thankful. A moment's silence, a groan, then. Petrie, I have dragged you into this. God forgive me. Dry up, Smith, I said slowly. I'm not a child. There is no question of being dragged into the matter. I'm here, and if I can be of any use, I'm glad I am here. He grasped my hand. There were two Chinese in European clothes. Lord, how my head throbs. In that office door. They sandbagged us, Petrie. Think of it. In broad daylight within hail of the Strand. We were rushed into the car, and it was all over before. His voice grew faint. God! They gave me an awful knock. Why have we been spared, Smith? Do you think he is saving us for? Don't, Petrie. If you had been in China, if you had seen what I have seen. Footsteps sounded on the flagged passage. A blade of light crept across the floor towards us. My brain was growing clearer. The place had a damp, earthen smell. It was slimy, some noisome cellar. A door was thrown open and a man entered, carrying a lantern. Its light showed my surmise to be accurate, showed the slime-coated walls of a dungeon some 15 feet square, shone upon the long yellow robe of the man who stood watching us, upon his malignant, intellectual countenance. It was Dr. Fu Manchu. At last they were face to face, the head of the great yellow movement and the man who fought on behalf of the entire white race. How can I paint the individual who now stood before us? Perhaps the greatest genius of modern times. Of him it had been fitly said that he had a brow like Shakespeare and a face like Satan. Something serpentine, hypnotic was in his very presence. Smith drew one sharp breath and was silent. Together, chained to the wall, two medieval captives, living mockeries of our boasted modern security, we crouched before Dr. Fu Manchu. He came forward with an indescribable gait, cat-like yet awkward, carrying his high shoulders almost hunched. He placed the lantern in a niche in the wall, never turning away the reptilian gaze of those eyes which must haunt my dreams forever. They possessed a viridescence which hitherto I had supposed possible only in the eye of the cat, and the film intermittently clouded their brightness, but I can speak of them no more. I had never supposed, prior to meeting Dr. Fu Manchu, that so intense a force of malignancy could radiate from any human being. He spoke. His English was perfect, though at times his words were oddly chosen. His delivery alternately was guttural and sibilant. Mr. Smith and Dr. Petrie, your interference with my plans has gone too far. I have seriously turned my attention to you. He displayed his teeth, small and evenly separated, but discolored in a way that was familiar to me. I studied his eyes with a new professional interest, which even the extremity of our danger could not wholly banish. Their greenness seemed to be of the iris. The pupil was oddly contracted, a pinpoint. Smith leaned his back against the wall with assumed indifference. You have presumed, continued Fu Manchu, to meddle with a world change. Poor spiders, caught in the wheels of the inevitable. You have linked my name with the futility of the young China movement, the name of Fu Manchu. Mr. Smith, you are an incompetent meddler. I despise you. Dr. Petrie, you are a fool. I am sorry for you. He rested one bony hand on his hip, narrowing his long eyes as he looked down on us. The purposeful cruelty of the man was inherent. It was entirely untheatrical. Still Smith remained silent. So I am determined to remove you from the scene of your blunders, added Fu Manchu. Opium will very shortly do the same for you. I rapped at him savagely. Without emotion, he turned his narrowed eyes upon me. That is a matter of opinion, Doctor, he said. You may have lacked the opportunities which have been mine for studying that subject, and in any event, I shall not be privileged to enjoy your advice in the future. You will not long outlive me, I replied, and our deaths will not profit you incidentally because... Smith's foot touched mine. Because... inquired Fu Manchu softly. Ah, Mr. Smith is so prudent. He is thinking that I have files. He pronounced the word in a way that made me shudder. Mr. Smith has seen a wire jacket. Have you ever seen a wire jacket? As a surgeon, its functions would interest you. I stifled a cry that rose to my lips. For, with a shrill whistling sound, a small shape came bounding into the dimly lit vault, then shot upward. A marmoset landed on the shoulder of Dr. Fu Manchu and peered grotesquely into the dreadful yellow face. The doctor raised his bony hand and fondled the little creature, crooning to it. "One of my pets, Mr. Smith," he said, suddenly opening his eyes fully so that they blazed like green lamps. "I have others, equally useful. My scorpions." "Have you met my scorpions?" "No." "My pythons and hamadryads?" "Then there are my fungi and my tiny allies, the bacilli. I have a collection in my laboratory that is quite unique. Have you ever visited Molokai, the leper island, Doctor?" "No. But Mr. Nayland Smith will be familiar with the asylum at Rangoon. And we must not forget my black spiders with their diamond eyes. My spiders that sit in the dark and watch, then leap." He raised his lean hands so that the sleeve of the robe fell back to the elbow, and the ape dropped, chattering, to the floor and ran from the cellar. "O God of Cathay!" he cried. "By what death shall these die, these miserable ones who would bind the empire which is boundless?" Like some priest of Tescat, he stood, his eyes upraised to the roof, his lean body quivering, a sight to shock the most unimpressive mind. "He is mad." I whispered to Smith, "God help us, the man is a dangerous homicidal maniac." Nayland Smith's tanned face was very drawn, but he shook his head grimly. "Dangerous, yes, I agree," he muttered. "His existence is a danger to the entire white race which now we are powerless to avert." Dr. Fu Manchu recovered himself, took up the lantern and, turning abruptly, walked to the door with his awkward yet feline gait. At the threshold he looked back. "You would have warned Mr. Graham Guthrie," he said in a soft voice. "Tonight at 12:30, Mr. Graham Guthrie dies." Smith sat silent and motionless, his eyes fixed upon the speaker. "You were in Rangoon in 1908, continued Dr. Fu Manchu. "You remember the call? From somewhere above us, I could not determine the exact direction, came a low, wailing cry, an uncanny thing of falling cadences, which, in that dismal vault, with the sinister yellow-robed figure at the door, seemed to pour ice into my veins. Its effect upon Smith was truly extraordinary. His face showed grayly in the faint light, and I heard him draw a hissing breath through clenched teeth. "It calls for you," said Fu Manchu. "At 12:30 it calls for Graham Guthrie." The door closed and darkness mantled us again. "Smith," I said, "what was that?" The horrors about us were playing havoc with my nerves. "It was the call of Shiva," replied Smith hoarsely. "What is it? Who uttered it? What does it mean?" "I don't know what it is, Petrie, nor who utters it. But it means death." Chapter 14. There may be some who could have lain chained in that noisome cell and felt no fear, no dread of what the blackness might hold. I confess that I am not one of these. I knew that Nayland Smith and I stood in the path of the most stupendous genius who in the world's history had devoted his intellect to crime. I knew that the enormous wealth of the political group backing Dr. Fu Manchu rendered him a menace to Europe and to America, greater than that of the plague. He was a scientist trained at a great university, an explorer of nature's secrets who had gone farther into the unknown, I suppose, than any living man. His mission was to remove all obstacles, human obstacles, from the path of that secret movement which was progressing in the Far East. Smith and I were two such obstacles, and of all the horrible devices at his command, I wondered, and my tortured brain refused to leave the subject, By which of them were we doomed to be dispatched? Even at that very moment, some venomous centipede might be wriggling towards me over the slime of the stones, some poisonous spider preparing to drop from the roof. Fu Manchu might have released a serpent in the cellar, or the air would be alive with microbes of a loathsome disease. "Smith," I said, scarcely recognizing my own voice, "I can't bear this suspense. He intends to kill us, that is certain, but—" "Don't worry," came the reply. "He intends to learn our plans first." "You mean—" "You heard him speak of his files and of his wire jacket?" "Oh, my God!" I groaned. "Can this be England?" Smith laughed dryly, and I heard him fumbling with the steel collar about his neck. "I have one great hope," he said, "since you share my captivity. But we must neglect no minor chance. Try with your pocket knife if you can force the lock. I am trying to break this one." Truth to tell, the idea had not entered my half-dazed mind, but I immediately acted upon my friend's suggestion, setting to work with the small blade of my knife. I was so engaged, and having snapped one blade, was about to open another when a sound arrested me. It came from beneath my feet. "Smith," I whispered, "listen." The scraping and clicking which told of Smith's effort ceased. Motionless, we sat in that humid darkness and listened. Something was moving beneath the stones of the cellar. I held my breath. Every nerve in my body was strung up. A line of light showed a few feet from where we lay. It widened, became an oblong. A trap was lifted, and within a yard of me, there rose a dimly seen head. Horror I had expected, and death or worse. Instead, I saw a lovely face, crowned with a disordered mass of curling hair. I saw a white arm upholding the stone slab, a shapely arm clasped about the elbow by a broad gold bangle. The girl climbed into the cellar and placed the lantern on the stone floor. In the dim light she was unreal, a figure from an opium vision, with her clinging silk draperies and garish jewelry, with her feet encased in little red slippers. In short, this was the hour of my vision materialized. It was difficult to believe that we were in modern, up-to-date England. Easy to dream that we were the captives of a caliph, in a dungeon in old Baghdad. "My prayers are answered," said Smith softly. "She has come to save you." "Sure," warned the girl, and her wonderful eyes opened widely, fearfully. "A sound, and he will kill us all." She bent over me. A key jarred in the lock which had broken my penknife, and the collar was off. As I rose to my feet, the girl turned and released Smith. She raised the lantern above the trap, and signed to us to descend the wooden steps which its light revealed. "Your knife," she whispered to me. "Leave it on the floor. He will think you forced the locks. Down. Quickly." Nayland Smith, stepping gingerly, disappeared into the darkness. I rapidly followed. Last of all came our mysterious friend, a gold band about one of her ankles gleaming in the rays of the lantern which she carried. We stood in a low-arched passage. "Tie your handkerchiefs over your eyes and do exactly as I tell you," she ordered. Neither of us hesitated to obey her. Blindfolded, I allowed her to lead me, and Smith rested his hand upon my shoulder. In that order we proceeded and came to stone steps which we ascended. "Keep to the wall on the left," came a whisper. "There is danger on the right." With my free hand I felt for and found the wall, and we pressed forward. The atmosphere of the place through which we were passing was steamy, and loaded with an odor like that of exotic plant life. But a faint animal scent crept to my nostrils, too, and there was a subdued stir about me, infinitely suggestive, mysterious. Now my feet sank in a soft carpet, and a curtain brushed my shoulders. A gong sounded. We stopped. The din of distant drumming came to my ears. "Where in heaven's name are we?" hissed Smith in my ear. "That is a tom-tom." "Sure, sure." The little hand grasping mine quivered nervously. We were near a door or a window, for a breath of perfume wafted through the air, and it reminded me of my other meetings with the beautiful woman who was now leading us from the house of Fu Manchu, who, with her own lips, had told me that she was his slave. Through the horrible phantasmagoria she flitted, a seductive vision, her piquant loveliness standing out richly in its black setting of murder and devilry. Not once, but 1,000 times, I had tried to reason out the nature of the tie which bound her to the sinister doctor. Silence fell. Quick! This way! Down a thickly carpeted stair we went. Our guide opened a door, and led us along a passage. Another door was opened, and we were in the open air. But the girl never tarried, pulling me along a graveled path, with a fresh breeze blowing in my face, and along until, unmistakably, I stood upon the river bank. Now, planking creaked to our tread, and looking downward beneath the handkerchief, I saw the gleam of water beneath my feet. Be careful! I was warned, and found myself stepping into a narrow boat, a punt. Nayland Smith followed, and the girl pushed the punt off and pulled out into the stream. "Don't speak," she directed. My brain was fevered. I scarce knew if I dreamed and was waking, or if the reality ended with my imprisonment in the clammy cellar and this silent escape, blindfolded, upon the river with a girl for our guide who might have stepped out of the pages of the Arabian Nights, were fantasy, the mockery of sleep. Indeed, I began seriously to doubt if this stream whereon we floated, whose waters plashed and tinkled about us, were the Thames, the Tigris, or the Styx. The punt touched a bank. "You will hear a clock strike in a few minutes," said the girl with her soft, charming accent, "but I rely upon your honor not to remove the handkerchiefs until then. You owe me this." "We do," said Smith fervently. I heard him scrambling to the bank, and a moment later a soft hand was placed in mine, and I too was guided onto terra firma. Arriving on the bank, I still held the girl's hand, drawing her towards me. "You must not go back," I whispered. "We will take care of you. You must not return to that place." "Let me go," she said. "When once I asked you to take me from him, you spoke of police protection. That was your answer, police protection. You would let them lock me up, imprison me, and make me betray him. For what? For what?" She wrenched herself free. "How little you understand me. Never mind. Perhaps one day you will know. Until the clock strikes." She was gone. I heard the creak of the punt, the drip of the water from the pole. Fainter it grew and fainter. "What is her secret?" muttered Smith beside me. "Why does she cling to that monster?" The distant sound died away entirely. A clock began to strike. It struck the half-hour. In an instant my handkerchief was off, and so was Smith's. We stood upon a towing path. Away to the left, the moon shone upon the towers and battlements of an ancient fortress. It was Windsor Castle. 10:30, cried Smith. 2 hours to save Graham Guthrie. We had exactly 14 minutes in which to catch the last train to Waterloo, and we caught it. But I sank into a corner of the compartment in a state bordering upon collapse. Neither of us, I think, could have managed another 20 yards. With a lesser stake than a human life at issue, I doubt if we should have attempted that dash to Windsor Station. "Due at Waterloo at 11:51, panted Smith. "That gives us 39 minutes to get to the other side of the river and reach his hotel." "Where in heaven's name is that house situated? Did we come up or downstream?" I couldn't determine. But at any rate, it stands close to the riverside. It should be merely a question of time to identify it. I shall set Scotland Yard to work immediately, but I am hoping for nothing. Our escape will warn him. I said no more for a time, sitting wiping the perspiration from my forehead and watching my friend load his cracked briar with the broad-cut Latakia mixture. "Smith," I said at last, "what was that horrible wailing we heard, and what did Fu Manchu mean when he referred to Rangoon? I noticed how it affected you." My friend nodded and lit his pipe. There was a ghastly business there in 1908 or early in 1909, he replied. An utterly mysterious epidemic. And this beastly wailing was associated with it. In what way? And what do you mean by an epidemic? It began, I believe, at the Palace Mansions Hotel, in the cantonments. A young American, whose name I cannot recall, was staying there on business connected with some new iron buildings. One night he went to his room, locked the door, and jumped out of the window into the courtyard. Broke his neck, of course. Suicide. Apparently. But there were singular features in the case. For instance, his revolver lay beside him, fully loaded. In the courtyard? In the courtyard. Was it murder by any chance? Smith shrugged his shoulders. His door was found locked from the inside. Had to be broken in. But the wailing business, that began later, or was only noticed later. A French doctor named Lafitte died in exactly the same way. At the same place, at the same hotel, but he occupied a different room. Here is the extraordinary part of the affair. A friend shared the room with him and actually saw him go. Saw him leap from the window? Yes. The friend, an Englishman, was aroused by the uncanny wailing. I was in Rangoon at the time, so I know more of the case of Lafitte than of that of the American. I spoke to the man about it personally. He was an electrical engineer, Edward Martin, and he told me that the cry seemed to come from above him. It seemed to come from above when we heard it at Fu Manchu's house. Martin sat up in bed. It was a clear moonlight night, the sort of moonlight you get in Burma. Lafitte, for some reason, had just gone to the window. His friend saw him look out. The next moment, with a dreadful scream, he threw himself forward and crashed down into the courtyard. What then? Martin ran to the window and looked down. Lafitte's scream had aroused the place, of course, but there was absolutely nothing to account for the occurrence. There was no balcony, no ledge, by which anyone could reach the window. But how did you come to recognize the cry? I stopped at the Palace Mansions for some time, and one night this uncanny howling aroused me. I heard it quite distinctly, and am never likely to forget it. It was followed by a hoarse yell. The man in the next room, an orchid hunter, had gone the same way as the others. Did you change your quarters? No. Fortunately for the reputation of the hotel, a first-class establishment. Several similar cases occurred elsewhere, both in Rangoon, in Prome, and in Moulmein. A story got about the native quarter, and was fostered by some mad fakir, that the god Shiva was reborn and that the cry was his call for victims. A ghastly story, which led to an outbreak of dacoity and gave the district superintendent no end of trouble. Was there anything unusual about the bodies? They all developed marks after death, as though they had been strangled. The marks were said all to possess a peculiar form, though it was not appreciable to my eye, and this again was declared to be the 5 heads of Shiva. Were the deaths confined to Europeans? Oh no. Several Burmans and others died in the same way. At first there was a theory that the victims had contracted leprosy and committed suicide as a result, but the medical evidence disproved that. The call of Shiva became a perfect nightmare throughout Burma. Did you ever hear it again before this evening? Yes. I heard it on the upper Irrawaddy one clear moonlight night, and a Kalassi, a deckhand, leaped from the top deck of the steamer aboard which I was traveling. My God, to think that the fiend Fu Manchu has brought that to England. But brought what, Smith? I cried in perplexity. What has he brought? An evil spirit? A mental disease? What is it? What can it be? A new agent of death, Petrie. Something born in a plague spot of Burma, the home of much that is unclean and much that is inexplicable. Heaven grant that we are in time, and are able to save Guthrie. Chapter 15. The train was late, and as our cab turned out of Waterloo Station and began to ascend to the bridge, from 100 steeples rang out the gongs of midnight. The bell of St. Paul's rose above them all to vie with the deep voice of Big Ben. I looked out from the cab window across the river to where, towering above the embankment, that place of 1,000 tragedies, the light of some of London's greatest caravansaries formed a sort of minor constellation. From the subdued blaze that showed the public supper rooms, I looked up to the hundreds of starry points marking the private apartments of those giant inns. I thought about how each twinkling window denoted the presence of some bird of passage, some wanderer temporarily abiding in our midst. There, floor piled upon floor above the chattering throngs, were these less gregarious units, each something of a mystery to his fellow guests, each in his separate cell, and each as remote from real human companionship as if that cell were fashioned, not in the bricks of London, but in the rocks of Hindustan. In one of those rooms, Graham Guthrie might at that moment be sleeping, all unaware that he would awaken to the call of Shiva, to the summons of death. As we neared the Strand, Smith stopped the cab, discharging the man outside Sotheby's auction rooms. "One of the doctor's watchdogs may be in the foyer," he said thoughtfully, "and it might spoil everything if we were seen to go to Guthrie's rooms. There must be a back entrance to the kitchens and so on." "There is," I replied quickly. "I have seen the vans delivering there. But do we have time?" "Yes." "Led on." We walked up the Strand and hurried westward. Into that narrow court, with its iron posts and descending steps, upon which opens a well-known wine cellar, we turned. Then, going parallel with the Strand, but on the embankment level, we ran around the back of the great hotel and came to double doors which were open. An arc lamp illuminated the interior, and a number of men were at work among the casks, crates, and packages stacked about the place. We entered. "Hello!" cried a man in a white overall. "Where'd you think you're going?" Smith grasped him by the arm. "I want to get to the public part of the hotel without being seen from the entrance hall," he said. "Will you please lead the way?" "Here," began the other, staring. "Don't waste time," snapped my friend, in that tone of authority which he knew so well how to assume. "It's a matter of life and death. Lead the way, I say." "Police, sir?" asked the man civilly. "Yes," said Smith. "Hurry." Off went our guide without further demur. Skirting sculleries, kitchens, laundries, and engine rooms, he led us through those mysterious labyrinths which have no existence for the guest above, but which contain the machinery that renders these modern khans the Aladdin's palaces they are. On a second-floor landing we met a man in a tweed suit, to whom our cicerone presented us. "Glad I met you, sir. 2 gentlemen from the police." The man regarded us haughtily with a suspicious smile. "Who are you?" he asked. "You're not from Scotland Yard at any rate." Smith pulled out a card and thrust it into the speaker's hand. "If you are the hotel detective," he said, "take us without delay to Mr. Graham Guthrie." A marked change took place in the other's demeanor on glancing at the card in his hand. "Excuse me, sir," he said deferentially, "but of course I didn't know who I was speaking to. We all have instructions to give you every assistance." "Is Mr. Guthrie in his room?" "He's been in his room for some time, sir." "You will want to get there without being seen?" "This way. We can join the lift on the 3rd floor." Off we went again with our new guide. In the lift. "Have you noticed anything suspicious about the place tonight?" asked Smith. "I have," was the startling reply. "That accounts for your finding me where you did. My usual post is in the lobby. But about 11 o'clock, when the theater people began to come in, I had a hazy sort of impression that someone or something slipped past in the crowd, something that had no business in the hotel. We got out of the lift." "I don't quite follow you," said Smith. "If you thought you saw something entering, you must have formed a more or less definite impression regarding it. "That's the funny part of the business," answered the man doggedly. "I didn't. But as I stood at the top of the stairs, I could have sworn that there was something crawling up behind a party. 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen. A dog, for instance." "It didn't strike me as being a dog, sir. Anyway, when the party passed me, there was nothing there. Mind you, whatever it was, it hadn't come in by the front. I have made inquiries everywhere, but without result." He stopped abruptly. "Number 189. Mr. Guthrie's door, sir." Smith knocked. "Hello," came a muffled voice. "What do you want?" "Open the door. Don't delay. It is important." He turned to the hotel detective. "Stay right there where you can watch the stairs and the lift," he instructed. "And note everyone and everything that passes this door. But whatever you see or hear, do nothing without my orders." The man moved off, and the door was opened. Smith whispered in my ear, "Some creature of Dr. Fu Manchu is in the hotel." Mr. Graham Guthrie, British resident in North Bhutan, was a big, thick-set man, gray-haired and florid, with widely opened eyes of the true fighting blue, a bristling mustache, and prominent, shaggy brows. Nayland Smith introduced himself tersely, proffering his card and an open letter. "Those are my credentials, Mr. Guthrie," he said. "So no doubt you will realize that the business which brings me and my friend, Dr. Petrie, here at such an hour is of the first importance." He switched off the light. "There is no time for the ceremony," he explained. "It is now 25 minutes past 12. At 1:30, an attempt will be made upon your life." "Mr. Smith," said the other, who, arrayed in his pajamas, was seated on the edge of the bed, "you alarm me very greatly. I may mention that I was advised of your presence in England this morning. Do you know anything about respecting the person called Fu Manchu, Dr. Fu Manchu?" "Only what I was told today, that he is the agent of an advanced political group. It is opposed to his interests that you should return to Bhutan. A more gullible agent would be preferable. Therefore, unless you implicitly obey my instructions, you will never leave England." Graham Guthrie breathed quickly. I was growing more used to the gloom, and I could dimly discern him. His face turned towards Nayland Smith, whilst with his hand he clutched the bed rail. Such a visit as ours, I think, must have shaken the nerves of any man. "There is another danger," replied Smith. "The fact that you are at the top of the building enhances that danger. Do you recall anything of the mysterious epidemic which broke out in Rangoon in 1908, the deaths due to the call of Shiva?" "I read of it in the Indian papers," said Guthrie uneasily. "Suicides, were they not?" "No," snapped Smith. "Murders." There was a brief silence. "From what I recall of the cases," said Guthrie, "that seems impossible. In several instances the victims threw themselves from the windows of locked rooms, and the windows were quite inaccessible." "Exactly," replied Smith, and in the dim light his revolver gleamed dully as he placed it on the small table beside the bed. "Except that your door is unlocked, the conditions tonight are identical. Silence, please, I hear a clock striking." It was Big Ben. It struck the half-hour, leaving the stillness complete. In that room, high above the activity which yet prevailed below, high above the supping crowds in the hotel, high above the starving crowds on the embankment, a curious chill of isolation swept about me. Again I realized how, in the very heart of the great metropolis, a man may be as far from aid as in the heart of a desert. I was glad that I was not alone in that room, marked with the death mark of Fu Manchu, and I am certain that Graham Guthrie welcomed his unexpected company. I may have mentioned the fact before, but on this occasion it became so peculiarly evident to me that I am constrained to record it here. I refer to the sense of impending danger which invariably preceded a visit from Fu Manchu. Even had I not known that an attempt was to be made that night, I should have realized it, as, strung to high tension, I waited in the darkness. Some invisible herald went ahead of the dreadful Chinaman, proclaiming his coming to every nerve in one's body. It was like a breath of astral incense, announcing the presence of the priests of death. A wail, low but singularly penetrating, falling in minor cadences to a new silence, came from somewhere close at hand. "My God," hissed Guthrie. "What was that?" "The call of Shiva," whispered Smith. "Don't stir for your life." Guthrie was breathing hard. I knew that we were three, that the hotel detective was within hail, that there was a telephone in the room, that the traffic of the embankment moved almost beneath us. But I knew, and am not ashamed to confess, that King Fear had icy fingers about my heart. It was awful, that tense waiting for what? 3 taps sounded very distinctly upon the window. Graham Guthrie started so as to shake the bed. "It's supernatural," he muttered, all that was Celtic in his blood recoiling from the omen. "Nothing human can reach that window." "Sure." From Smith. "Don't stir." The tapping was repeated. Smith softly crossed the room. My heart was beating painfully. He threw open the window. Further inaction was impossible. I joined him, and we looked out into the empty air. "Don't come too near, Petrie," he warned over his shoulder. One on either side of the open window, we stood and looked down at the moving embankment lights, at the glitter of the Thames, at the silhouetted buildings on the farther bank, with the shot tower starting above them all. 3 taps sounded on the panes above us. In all my dealings with Dr. Fu Manchu, I had had to face nothing so uncanny as this. What Burmese ghoul had he lost? Was it outside, in the air? Was it actually in the room? "Don't let me go, Petrie," whispered Smith suddenly. "Get a tight hold on me." That was the last straw, for I thought that some dreadful fascination was impelling my friend to hurl himself out. Wildly, I threw my arms about him, and Guthrie leaped forward to help. Smith leaned from the window and looked up. One choking cry he gave, smothered, inarticulate, and I found him slipping from my grip, being drawn out of the window, drawn to his death. "Hold him, Guthrie." I gasped hoarsely. "My God, he's going." "Hold him." My friend writhed in our grasp, and I saw him stretch his arm upward. The crack of his revolver came, and he collapsed onto the floor, carrying me with him. But as I fell, I heard a scream above. Smith's revolver hurtled through the air, and hard upon it went a black shape, flashing past the open window into the gulf of the night. "The light! The light!" I cried. Guthrie ran and turned on the light. Nayland Smith, his eyes starting from his head, his face swollen, lay plucking at a silken cord which showed tightness about his throat. "It was a thug!" screamed Guthrie. "Get the rope off. He's choking." My hands ate which I seized the strangling cord. "A knife! Quick!" I cried. "I have lost mine." Guthrie ran to the dressing table and passed me an open penknife. I somehow forced the blade between the rope and Smith's swollen neck, and severed the deadly silken thing. Smith made a choking noise and fell back, swooning in my arms. When, later, we stood looking down upon the mutilated thing which had been brought in from where it fell, Smith showed me a mark on the brow, close beside the wound where his bullet had entered. "The mark of Kali," he said. The man was a fancigar, a religious strangler. Since Fu Manchu has dacoits in his service, I might have expected that he would have thugs. A group of these fiends would seem to have fled into Burma, so that the mysterious epidemic in Rangoon was really an outbreak of thuggee, on slightly improved lines. I had suspected something of the kind, but naturally, I had not looked for thugs near Rangoon. My unexpected resistance led the strangler to bungle the rope. "You have seen how it was fastened about my throat?" That was unscientific. The true method, as practiced by the group operating in Burma, was to throw the line about the victim's neck and jerk him from the window. A man leaning from an open window is very nicely poised, It requires only a slight jerk to pitch him forward. No loop was used, but a running line which, as the victim fell, remained in the hand of the murderer. No clue. Therefore we see at once what commended the system to Fu Manchu. Graham Guthrie, very pale, stood looking down at the dead strangler. "I owe you my life, Mr. Smith," he said. "If you had come 5 minutes later—" He grasped Smith's hand. "You see," Guthrie continued, "no one thought of looking for a thug in Burma. And no one thought of the roof. These fellows are as active as monkeys, and where an ordinary man would infallibly break his neck, they are entirely at home. I might have chosen my room especially for the business." "He slipped in late this evening," said Smith. "The hotel detective saw him, but these stranglers are as elusive as shadows. Otherwise, despite their having changed the scene of their operations, no one could have survived." "Didn't you mention a case of this kind on the Irrawaddy?" I asked. "Yes," was the reply. "And I know what you are thinking. The steamers of the Irrawaddy flotilla have a corrugated iron roof over the top deck. The thug must have been lying up there as the Kalassi passed on the deck below." "But, Smith, what is the motive of the call?" I continued. "Partly religious," he explained, "and partly to wake the victims. You are perhaps going to ask me how Dr. Fu Manchu has obtained power over such people as Fancigars? I can only reply that Dr. Fu Manchu has secret knowledge of which, so far, we know absolutely nothing. But despite all, at last I begin to score." "You do," I agreed. "But your victory took you near to death." "I owe my life to you, Petrie," he said. "Once to your strength of arm and once to—" "Don't speak of her, Smith," I interrupted. "Dr. Fu Manchu may have discovered the part she played." "In which event?" "God help her.